Please join me in Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the June 13th Board of Commissioners meeting for Radnor Township. First, I'll give a notice of executive session that was held prior to this meeting, where all commissioners were present except for Commissioner Booker, and we discussed matters of personnel, real estate, and litigation. Before we begin with the consent agenda, I'd like you to join us in a moment of silence in memory and thoughtfulness for the victims in Orlando and their families. So please stand and have a moment of silence with us now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Then we'll begin with our consent agenda. This is the agenda that we put together where we expect most of it to pass as a consent form. And the items here, I will mention them individually. Their disbursement review and approval of 2016-05C, 05D, 05E, and 06A. Item B is approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meetings of May 9th and May 23rd, 2016. Item C is staff traffic committee meetings for May 18th, 2016. Item D, resolution 2016-68, authorizing the sale of surplus parking meters in accordance with ordinance 2012-04. Item E is motion authorizing capital lease financing RFPs for certain public works vehicles as included in the capital plan. Item F is motion authorizing the receipt of sealed bids for the annual pruning and tree removal contract. And item G is resolution 2016-67, 227-229 Plant Avenue Sewage Facilities Planning Module. As part of our reason for doing this, any commissioner can pull any one of these items out for individual comment and discussion, and as well as any member of public can do the same.
Mr. President, if I may, I'd ask that item D be removed from the agenda.
You want to remove item D?
Yes.
Right. Remove consent agenda or removed altogether?
Altogether from the agenda.
All right, we'll do that. Any other commissioners have any items that they want to pull out? No? Okay, seeing none, any members of the public wish to pull one out? All right, if not, then I'll entertain a motion to adopt our consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda minus item D.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay? Okay, passes 6-0. Next item up is public participation. So I'll ask folks who are not able to stay for the entire time, or if they can, they're not, but certainly if you're not able to stay for tonight, for the end of the public comment and public participation, you're welcome to do so at this time now. So anyone who wishes to come up? All right, seeing none, we'll move. Oh, all right, very good. Welcome.
This is Sarah Pilling. I live at 29 Garrett Avenue. I've lived there for 34 years, and before that, many, many years ago, I lived on Atlee Road for 3, so I've been here for 37 years. And I live on Garrett Avenue, which is a community, as you know, that's full of students. The houses are very close together. We have the Pig and Whistle, which is an extremely convenient form of transportation, not only for the people who live here, but the people who come in and can easily get out of our neighborhood. And so I was extremely pleased when I received from the President of the League of Women Voters the Public Safety Forum, which is scheduled for next Monday night. However, I received it, and it wasn't until today that anyone who is on the Garrett Hill Coalition email list or on the Nextdoor Rosemont list learned about it. I'm not tooting my own horn, but yesterday I printed them off, a lot of them off at my own expense, and took them to the senior citizens on my street who don't have email and who probably didn't know about this and who are the most vulnerable to petty crime, to break-ins, and this is information they should have. Mr. Commissioner of the 7th Ward, do your job.
Thank you. Public comment. All right. Oh. Are you finding a seat or finding public comment? Okay, right.
Thank you.
Great, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Christina Peroni. I sent around a note to all of you, including Bob, who responded to me, saying that I was looking at the 2012 analysis of how we came up with the $160,000 or so cost to run the Willows. And the reason I'm coming here now and not during the time of the Willows discussion is I would just like this information out there so when you discuss it, you have this data. Bob mentioned to me that all of this was done in public. My point was that the assumption used to establish that $120,000 expense is what we should discuss in public. So there is 40-some thousand in debt service that was allocated to this $120,000. And, you know, they are very clear in their assumptions. They say the assumption is that we are using all of the debt service that is allocated all to the mansion, not to the park, not distributed to the different places they allocate. They're totally being upfront. But my point is I think all of us should know what the assumptions are. The second point to get to that loss is that there is staff allocated. They made the point that they don't have staff now working, but the number that we keep bantering about, is it 120? I think it might be 120. $120,000 to cost to run to the Willows. The third point is that there is an assumption of groundskeeping, which is $40-some thousand, $45,000 or $46,000, and that number includes park maintenance, which was allocated to the Willows to get to this 120 number. So my main point is that the foundation of this conversation and the building blocks should be, number one, what is the use and what is the public's involvement? I would suggest that we should follow the deed when it was condemned, which says recreation and public use. The second issue is that I would hope that before we bring in anyone to talk about marketing this property, that we are all on the same page to make sure that it's only public use and that there's no other opportunity for us to get down a slippery slope where we're then competing with a marketing company. Bob has said that he is not putting this forward because he doesn't want to manage the Willows. Yet I don't recall after our last meeting that this marketing company, that you guys as a group said, please put a proposal in for a marketing company to market this property. So it would be interesting, and if anybody wants to disclose how that happened, and maybe it was just Bob's suggestion to hire, not to hire this company, to put forth this proposal for discussion. It means we're competing with this proposal before we've even made the foundation blocks agreed upon by the commissioners. So I would just really ask that we take a step backwards and we make sure that we agree on the foundation blocks before we move forward. And that's public land, public use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, Mr. President, if I may. And Christina, thanks for the information. It's just that through the process here, which began, I believe, back sometime in 2011, so we've had many public meetings in which there's been discussion. Back in 12, when this proposal that Christina refers to, we looked at it and there was a lot that went into that $120,000 number as we looked at how we were going to do this. So there's a full story to this than just certain interesting tidbits we put out there. So the process has been out there a lot. There's been a lot of conversation, especially at the Parks Board level, where they spent an awful lot of time with the discussion. So there may be the impression that this has just come up over the last few months. This has been years this conversation has had, and this conversation's been had in public at many different levels. That number of 120,000 isn't even relevant anymore. We haven't even talked about that. The number is around $50,000 now. So it's about 70,000 less. So we're looking at basically what it costs to heat basically the utilities. So that's the true number. 120 isn't the true number anymore. So when we look at the process and all that, it's a different story than what we hear now. To have Avis and Young here tonight, yeah, that is my proposal to be brought here tonight. Because as we look at a professional company to be able to do this RFP, as we look for a use for this, which is how do we look at the mansion? Because as I'm sure everyone's aware, we had a survey done of the community about maintaining the mansions in the township. And it was very clear the public of Radnor Township said, yes, we want to maintain these mansions. But it was very clear not using any taxpayer dollars. We just want to make that very clear. So it's interesting too, is in the time I've been here where, you know, we got to watch the dollars. And now because the township and the commissioners have worked hard to build up cash reserves, to now we have money we can spend and all this, which is a complete difference because as we position ourselves, you want to be able to have certain reserves. We're addressing long-term obligations, which is what a township should be doing, putting our financial house in order, which is where we're at. You have realistically, you have a building, the mansion. There's really one or two, there's really a very simple answer. It's either keep the mansion, restore it, or take it down. It's either or. And whether or not you have a public-private partnership and you have a tenant that goes in there and uses their dollars to restore it, I think it's clear the board has heard that the usage can't be weekends, can't be a lot of events. There's got to be use of public space in there. But also, how do you use some private dollars to help renovate this? So unless there's a consensus here of let's now, after almost 6 years of dealing through this, to now we're going backwards or we didn't have the process wasn't in place or it wasn't due or wasn't publicly vetted, that's incorrect. That is absolutely incorrect. It has gone through the public. The public has discussed this. There have been meetings on that. So to say it hasn't been is just a flat out inaccurate. It's not true. Be very clear about that because people have had many opportunities to speak on this. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear of the process that this has gone through. And it's been years of that. And then you've got survey results of the community that has non-biased, non-slanted, very clear where they want to go. So just want to put that out there as fact-based. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. And I'm sure we'll have more discussion about it tonight, later on as well. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? All right. Thank you very much. Seeing none, we'll move on to our committee reports. First up is Finance and Audit. And that would be me. It would be resolution number 2016-73, the board acceptance of the 2015 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report and Independent Audits Report. All right. And Bob Tate, can I turn this over to you and you can tell us a little bit about what we need to know about this?
Phil, let's get a motion on the floor first and then.
That would be great. Thank you. Would you like
I
to
move the approval of this resolution 2016-73.
Second?
I'll second it.
Great. Thank
Second,
you.
I just want to clarify, it's you are approving the resolution, but we're just accepting the report.
All right. Bob?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, what the board has before them tonight is the Township's Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Historically, the Township has prepared this type of report, and there was up until 2007. Then there were a couple of years that were missed. But since 2011, up through 2015, Township has been assembling and compiling the report. It's submitted to the Government Finance Officers Association, for which the Township has been recognized for an award for excellence in financial reporting for the past 4 years. So we're pleased to present again our 2015 report. We worked closely with CARFAC, along with our new audit firm for 2015, Zelenkovsky, Axelrod, and together produced our report. As you're aware, it's a clean opinion, unqualified opinion on the report. And one thing to note for this year was there's a new Governmental Accounting Standards Board pronouncement that was adopted regarding pensions. So the statement of net position that you have before you does reflect a significant change in the Township's overall net position. and that is a direct result of the GASB statement on how pension liabilities are currently and will be reported in the future. So happy to answer any questions that you may have in particular.
Great, thank you, Bob. Any questions from the board? None? Okay. Is there any questions from the audience?
Shouldn't we have the CARFAC members who are responsible for this?
Well, I figured they would be there. That would be great. Who from CARFAC would like to come up and make a comment?
Mark and Ed.
There they are. Thank you.
Ed
Good evening.
Kane, 16 Stone Creek Lane.
Mark Blair, 817 Briarwood Road.
I chair the audit subgroup of CARFAC dealing with the oversight and the preparation of the financial statements, working with management and working with the auditors. Are there any questions?
It's my understanding, though, that you're recommending that we accept the audit.
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
Yes. One thing that I would like to add, Mark Blair, I'm the chairman of CARFAC. I worked with Ed and Carl, and the entire CARFAC also reviewed their work. So the entire, I'm here on behalf of entire CARFAC recommending that you accept the financial statements and management's opinion.
I don't have a question for you, but I do have a comment. First of all, thank you to staff, our finance department, and our new auditors. These are new auditors that we switched our auditor this last year pursuant to our home rule charter. We switch it up every 3 or 4 years, 3 years, I think. It's a tremendous amount of work. They were in-house for 4 weeks, going through, meeting with our staff and going through all of our systems. CARFAC was heavily involved. Of course, our finance staff was heavily involved. It was really a tremendous amount of work. And I especially want to call out the volunteers from CARFAC who are just regular residents with expertise who are volunteering their time. And without a lot of fanfare, meeting many times a month and putting a lot of work into this to be another set of eyes on all of our financial documents and this audit in particular. And we are very, very lucky to have this service from these volunteers. I also want to call out that in addition to the CAFR that we are accepting, the CARFAC has put together a stakeholders financial summary. And instead of 300 pages or however much the CAFR is, it's 5 pages. It's a short document with charts that's very, very easy to understand, even for non-finance people, that really gives a great snapshot of our financial position and sort of, an everyman's view of where we are from what comes out of the CAFR. It's posted online, probably under the CARFAC section. I think it is slated to be mailed out to our residents, but if you want to look at it at any time, it's online, and it really is worth looking at. It gives you a very accurate and easy-to-read version of the very complex audit that we got. So thank you.
Thank you.
And just to say one more time, no significant findings.
This is a clean audit opinion.
And we have one old finding that we're working our way through, and it's under program.
That is
to be,
correct.
That had to do with financial
And that's
systems.
dealing with the software acquisition and implementation to help manage capital assets in the township.
That's being addressed or will be addressed with the new software system that IT is bringing into the building.
That is correct.
Great. Good. I'll also piggyback on Elaine's comment that the financial statement, the stakeholders statement, is front and center on the front page of the home page of the Radnor Township. So you don't have to go hunting for it. It's right there, and you can download it and see it. And it's only a couple of pages, so you can easily be understood from there. And also, thanks to you folks for the work that you've done. I also want to thank Bob and Bob Tate and Bill Martin, senior management, for the work that they did in preparing these statements ahead of time to be audited. I'm sorry, Bill White, I'm sorry. And you threw me out there for a minute, but also recognize that they'll be recommended for the 5th year in a row to achieve the GFOA Excellence in Financial Reporting Award. Can you take 2 seconds to tell us what that's all about?
That is a award that's put out by GFOA. It is the highest level that a municipality can achieve in terms of excellence of its financial statements, excellence of the way it manages the assets and the controls within a municipality.
GFOA stands for Government Finance Officers Association, just FYI.
That's great. You've you've received the award for the last 4 years straight, and you're in the running to get it again for this year. So congratulations, and thank you for the work that you guys are doing to make that eligible for that kind of a recognition.
And if I may, I would like to also state what you have stated. It's without the hard work of Bob Tate, of Bill White, under the direction of our township manager, that this was possible. They spent countless hours going through, preparing the information required by the accounting firm, and analyzing all of our financial results. And end result is putting together a report that's slightly small in length.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, for your service to the township and to the people of Radnor. And I'd like to congratulate the audit firm for helping with this task, and Bob Tate and Bill White and Bob Zinkowski and their people to give us this result. It makes our job so much easier, and I don't have to remind many people in the audience that it was just a few years ago that the township's finances were not in good shape, and the audit report was full of red ink, not red ink, but red check marks where we had to improve our situation. So we've come up from that, and it's very nice to be a member of this board, to have such great talent and support. So thank you.
Thank you also from the 6th Ward.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're done.
All right, thank you very much. And I guess at this point,
Mr. President, if I may, just one word just to add on to all of this. I just want to thank CARFAC members for all their help and assistance with the staff, the entire staff. All your guidance and expertise has been a tremendous help to all of us, of what you've been able to share with us. But also, so the general public knows, the commitment of the Board of Commissioners 6 years ago was that we would implement a process in which the auditors had the opportunity to meet with the Board of Commissioners independently without the staff, to have CARFAC meet independently with the auditors without staff and without the Board of Commissioners. So if there were any questions, concerns, they could raise independently with the auditors. And staff is fully and 100% support of that. It shows that that works, and our hope is that what Commissioner Higgins had spoke about will never happen again. There's different eyes looking at this from a different perspective, and CARFAC has done an excellent job working with the staff and really putting the hard level on the budget for us to look at, review, also as the audit as well, but also to our finance staff, the outstanding job that they do, and to the entire staff of what they do to make sure that they adhere to policies and procedures. And to the Board of Commissioners, you've set the bar real high very early on this, and you continue to watch with that. So I thought it's good that every time this comes up to actually spell out the different processes and the different eyes and the different individuals that do look at the financials on a regular basis.
Thank you, Bob. I would like to point out that in that meeting with the auditors, this was the entire CARFAC group, met with the auditors without management being in the room. Usually, Bill and Bob are with us during our meetings and play essential roles there, but we asked them to leave. And there were no concerns or complaints or anything slightly negative raised. It was very refreshing, but not surprising to hear that management had been totally cooperative, and there was nothing that they could find that to have any concern about. So just to highlight that, because it may not be obvious to folks who aren't involved in this sort of thing. So well done, Bob. Good?
Thank you very much. All right, is there any other board discussion? If not, we'll take a vote. I thought we did have that. No, is there any more public discussion? I thought we did, no, all right.
Nope.
Thank you. It's Christina Peroni again. As somebody who came to the Board of Commissioners meetings for 2 years straight to talk about the budget and the issues with the budget, I want to commend Bob and also the success and Bill White. I mean, an unbelievable job with the budget, and to all you commissioners for making sure that our money is in place. What I would suggest, though, that CARFAC group was one of the suggestions that came out of the problems that we had. Maybe we want to implement something like that for the Willows, an independent group of citizens who would like to work together and volunteer their expertise. So, thank you again for an unbelievable job, and it's a pleasure to not be looking at the budget all the time and finding things that look bad. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right. I will call for the vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2016-73, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes 6-0. Thank you. Next item up is item D, discussion and consideration by the board for the execution of a grant application to the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development for the Radnor Township TAP Trail. For this, I might turn to Elaine to talk a little bit about that.
Okay, is anybody here from any of our consultants on this? No. Okay, so this basically, the long and short of this is one segment of a grant application that we have applied for as a township. It's a $2 million project. We've applied for $1 million from a TAP grant, which is basically PennDOT, the state, $500,000 from DCNR, and then there's a third component from DCED that we are talking about tonight. The project is a very large segment, or several segments, of a township-wide trail that is contained and recommended in our Greenways plan, which we passed in 2015 or 14. Basically, it starts in downtown Wayne, connects to the trail that's already existing, goes on that trail, then connects to the high school, goes in front of the high school, goes up King of Prussia Road, crosses over to the train stations over there, comes back down to Villanova under the Blue Route. This grant doesn't include Villanova, but it incorporates the Villanova section, then goes down Ithan all the way to Ithan Park, and then crosses over Bryn Mawr Avenue into alongside the Blue Route in the back of the Cornerstone property, and takes you all the way to the Haverford Township Park system. So it's a huge connecting plan. It's looking like we are in the running for the $1 million grant. So we are proceeding with the other granting sources. To do that, we need to approve tonight that we would that we'd like to apply to this third DCED grant, and it involves a possible match of $100,000 of township money. So that's leveraging $100,000 of township money to get $1.9 million of funding for this fantastic trail that's in our plan. I would also note that that $100,000 is actually already set aside, because when we did our bond issue in the beginning of the year for trails, one segment of that bond issue was earmarked for the West Wayne connection part of this, and $150,000 of that was geared towards the West Wayne. So that money is sort of, set aside and earmarked if we get this grant and if that becomes part of this grand scheme. So that is the background of what we are talking about supporting tonight. So with that said, I would move that we execute the grant application, or we give direction to our township staff to execute the grant application to the PCED for the Radnor Township TAP Trail.
I'll second it.
Great, thank you both.
Is the gist of that essentially staff is going to bring back the paperwork to make that happen?
Yep.
Tonight, we're not approving it, we're just authorizing them to do the administration of that.
No, I think we are authorizing them to submit the grant application.
Okay. I mean, it's not
As
what
I
the
understand
agenda
it.
says, it doesn't mean that it can't happen that way. I don't know if that's an issue for others.
Well, I think the authorization is built right into the resolution.
Right, to execute the grant application.
So there's not going to be another step.
Well, is there a resolution? There is no resolution.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess my concern is I'm not aware there is a resolution. So the agenda says discussion and consideration, so I was under the impression that we were just.
Oh, there is,
There is, yes, there
It's
is.
Resolution
So we can-
2016-39.
We can take action on that tonight?
Yes. Well, if we decide to,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to change my motion to
Well, though actually,
2016-39.
that one has already been approved. I see that's signed by Luke. So I don't know, the 28th day of March. So we've already approved that, it appears.
Okay, this is the DCNR resolution.
That's a DCNR?
Yes,
Okay.
that's why.
All right.
And we are, this is tonight, we are
DCED.
talking about DCED
Right.
funding.
So my understanding is we would need a resolution like this resolution that would have to come back to us at a subsequent meeting.
Well, unfortunately, if that's true, I think there's a June 15th deadline.
You can approve this by motion.
We can
Okay.
approve
Without a
the.
written resolution.
Okay,
And you can bring it back by, you can submit the application saying that a resolution may follow.
okay. So then the motion still stands to authorize the execution of the grant application.
Another thing that's important to recognize is even if the grant was bestowed on us, we don't have to accept it. So this board decides that it's not a good idea. That would end it there.
And-
So there's
right.
still a safety, if you will.
And if we don't get the TAP grant, the $1 million, I mean, all bets are off.
Is there any other board comment? All right, I'll ask for public comment. Seeing none, then we'll move the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? Passes 6-0. Thank you. Next matter up is item personnel administration. Under personnel administration, that would be me. So item C, discussion from the Board of Commissioners on the Willows RFP. This is a continuation of our discussion from last meeting, and principally where we were deciding to come up with the criteria upon which we would base an RFP. And so we're continuing that discussion, and that is where we're at this moment right now. So I'll ask the Board of Commissioners if they would like to make some comments based on this and get the discussion started for tonight.
It seems to me that the larger issue before us is item D, and as to why that's on the agenda, because I don't remember that being the logical, I don't remember that being the outcome of the last meeting. And, I mean, there's no reason for me to reiterate what I said last time. Nothing's changed for me in 2 weeks. So, 3 weeks, yes. So I'm not sure how we want to proceed, but for me, nothing's changed. I can elaborate a little bit on details, if one wanted, but the concept of where I think we go hasn't changed in any way.
Well, I think, as you mentioned, item D, I think we are appropriately talking about item C, which is a discussion about the RFP and the criteria for it, because I think that precedes anything we might do after this point. And there's no sense in moving forward on any other item, whether it be RFP or otherwise, until we get some consensus or something that we're going to vote on to talk about the criteria for what it would be that it is. That's the horse before the cart. So I don't want to, at this point, I really don't want to talk about number D. We're focused on item C, which is a discussion of what is appropriate and what we want as criteria for the Willows for an RFP or RFP-like product.
Okay, so my sense is just what I said 3 weeks ago, that we have to commit to the use being primarily and predominantly recreational, and park and recreational, and the users being predominantly and primarily public. And then after that, we can open up to a lot of things, but that's the commitment that I believe we have to make as a board.
I think it's very important to recognize that the first floor of the Willows, that's ground level from the back, is really the only part that's been used by the public for at least 30 years that I'm aware of. And I believe that the way we should go forward is to assure that anyone who is interested in this building provides public access, continues to provide public access to the first floor for recreational park type activities. Not exclusive use, but at least 50–60% of the available hours should be available to the public. And then we should look at it in terms of people are willing to restore the building as necessary to meet whatever code use they have, and then to commit to the ongoing maintenance of the building and whatever repairs are necessary.
So I remain committed to the goal that we set forward with many years ago. I'm just going to restate it again because it's important to keep it the goal, the eyes on the prize here, and that is to find a use for this mansion that will keep it healthy and maintained, that complements the park use, the park that surrounds it, and that incorporates public access and public use. I think that's been all of our goals. Everyone on this board has wanted to see that happen. In my opinion, we do that through another RFP. An RFP is the fairest way to get proposals from anybody who's interested. It's the cleanest way because you can set forth in a document exactly what the parameters you're looking for. I'm not opposed to also, in conjunction with that process, hiring someone, an agent, to help us look under every rock for potential proposers. You know, our first RFP brought in a lot of interest, 5 years ago, brought in a lot of interesting proposals, but we didn't do a whole lot to go out and really, you know, look everywhere for people that would have a compatible use. So I'm not opposed to hiring someone to help us really shake every tree to find out what uses could go in there and were viable. But in my opinion, we would do that in collaboration or in conjunction with the RFP process, which is a fair, transparent, and predictable process. To me, it's worth it to spend a little money even to have someone really trying to track down some potential proposers, because this is a hard thing to find, someone who can coexist, a nonprofit who can coexist with pretty heavy public use of that building. I think it exists out there. I hope it exists out there. And I think we could use some help in finding proposers. But again, in connection with the RFP process. So I see us sort of moving forward on this. I mean, in the conversations I've had with my colleagues, I think we're all sort of on the same page, maybe using slightly different language. But we all sort of want to see the same thing here. And I remain convinced that we can find language for an RFP or whatever you want to call it for the delineation of our parameters of what we're looking for. Put it out there and get some proposers.
So I'm just not convinced that we're all on the same page, though, because I'm using what you're using your language. You're looking for something that complements the public use and incorporates the public access, and I'm looking for something that is public use and is public access. So what I'm hearing you tell me you want for the township is you want the recreational component and the public component you're willing to accept if that's secondary, And not all of us are willing to accept that at this point. So to me, we're not in agreement on concepts. We have to either be in agreement on concepts or accept that we're going to disagree before we bring in a commercial entity, in part because I think if we bring in a commercial entity at this point, all we're going to get is more caterers, a hotel, another nursery school, and we're going to be right back where we were.
So we can all agree, no commercial. I think we all agree that legally and what we want, we need a nonprofit in there, not a commercial entity at this point.
No, we don't need a nonprofit because we have lots of commercial entities that are operating out of our parks. They're just providing, see, this is a distinction where we are not in agreement. You are saying we need a nonprofit. I'm saying what we need is a public use. I'll give the example of our soccer clubs. The entity that runs the soccer club is a for-profit company that runs our...
It's not for profit. It's a nonprofit.
World Cup soccer?
Oh, well,
the tennis association that runs tennis clinics at Philippone Park. These are for-profit entities that come in, they use our parks. We essentially have a lease with them or a license. They use it, they provide a recreational amenity. So it is not, the distinction of for-profit, not-for-profit is not the issue. The issue is public use, recreational use, public users. And that's where I don't believe that we are in agreement as a board. I don't think that the 7 of us have come to the same position.
Well, I think it's a semantic distinction. And I think that because some of the uses that you would approve, like the mainline school night, are completely private uses. So that have complement public recreation. So it's a semantic issue in my view.
Right, but where I think that I don't believe it's a semantic issue. Okay, if I thought it was a semantic issue, I would have stayed home. But what I think is happening is that you have a much greater willingness to bring in an entity that has no public use or less public use than me and less recreational use. And that I am being very clear with my words and insisting on them because I want to resist that tendency to accept a non-recreational use and non-public users. So I don't think it's semantics at all. I think it's it's precise use of words.
The problem I have, Don, is that I don't see the definition of the terms being agreeable to everyone. For example, you mentioned a restaurant because several parks have restaurants. Personally, I don't see that as a public use. What I see is that we can still do the kinds of things we've done for 30 years, 40 years in that park and in that building, which is meetings. I wouldn't do catering. I wouldn't even try to do weddings anymore, but meetings of the PTA, meetings of Home and School Association, the Scouts, mainline school night adjunct courses. We've had lectures there. And whatever the other use is that we're looking for should not conflict with these kind of uses on the first floor. They're all recreational uses by members of the public.
Right, but we're not arguing about those. I'm accepting Scouts, I'm accepting PTA, I'm accepting lectures, things of that sort. What we're arguing about, what we're disagreeing on is caterers and nursery schools. So the board has shown a clear tendency the board has indicated that it believes that a caterer operating a $10,000 a day event out of the Willows is a recreational activity. And the board has indicated that it believes that that's a public use because the public can sign up and have a $10,000 a day event at the Willows. And I don't believe that to be the case. And that's what we're fighting against. We're fighting against that threshold that you've shown in the past, where you're willing to accept something that is not recreational and something that is not predominantly and primarily public. I don't think we're disagreeing over Scouts, PTAs, and
no, we're
lectures.
disagreeing over how we get there. And the fact is, in order to provide the facility for the Scouts, for the public uses, we need to find someone that's going to work with us, or we tear it down, or we increase
Yes,
taxes.
this is.
So there's the
right.
thing. We've always talked about the preservation of mansion being very important, public access being very important, and minimizing the effects on the balance of the park, because that's always been an issue for you. I'm sorry, I don't see how something like the nursery school, for example, which is really seems to be the thrust of your concern, representing your constituents, of course.
That's not accurate.
Well,
I was
that's the way it
opposed to
comes
both catering
across.
facilities also.
Yeah, you were. But there are things in between that would vacate the facility at an appropriate time so the first floor could be used by all our public groups. And you know, that's one of the things that was, I thought, beautiful about the nursery school, which we've all concluded isn't going to happen for a myriad of reasons that I don't want to go into right now. But that nursery school we would have had 70% of the hours available would have been for our public and our citizens. When caterers are, for example, and Tammy, if Tammy was here, she could confirm this, the last several years of the Willows operation, something like 90% of the rentals were township residents. And Luke, you probably saw that on Parks Board. And in fact, that was a complaint we got and a reason that the revenue wasn't up, because we gave the public, our citizens, a reduced rate to rent. So, you know, I'm sorry. I think you're really being a stickler for a few words in order to eliminate uses you don't like, rather than considering what's really good for the people.
Come now, John. Come.
That's the way I feel.
So you think I'm being disingenuous because I'm insisting that the park be recreational and the users be public? And I'm saying the same things that I said 4 years ago. So there's certainly no inconsistency. And to say, to expressly indicate that I am taking issue with the nursery school is inappropriate, because my position has been consistent from the beginning that the park is the issue here that we're trying to improve. The building is secondary to the park. And if we're going to improve the park, if we're going to improve the building, we have to do it in a way that doesn't compromise the park, and we have to do it in a way that is legal. So
Right.
these aren't your criticism of me being inappropriate to the nursing school is
Well,
not appropriate.
I'm looking at the language that you're insisting on, and then the examples that you gave us, and I believe they are inconsistent with each other.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to protect against is the capability to put another catering facility in there and something like it. And the board has shown its clear desire to put a catering facility in there.
No.
So, yes, it has. It has
No, we did that once before. We've all learned.
twice before.
We learned
Two
valuable
different vendors.
lessons. And besides which, for the 30 years prior to that, it was a catering facility. So, you know, be consistent.
Mr. President, if I may, if I just ask for a suggestion to the board, since these conversations have been had over the last 2 weeks, had the opportunity to reach out to a couple foundations that may have an interest in which they like to restore old buildings. They may be interested in that, but their operation is an 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. That's it, but they would reserve space for the public to come in to use for PTA, Boy Scouts, those types of groups and organizations which are minimal impact upon the park, still allow that open venue space, but doesn't, you know, get us into the large wedding venues or any of those types of things, but it's a way in which we could restore the mansion. So that sits out there. Whether or not that fits within the board's criteria or not, that is an option to where we wouldn't be using taxpayers' dollars to potentially improve the mansion, a history of restoring these types of old facilities, but has very minimal impact upon the park, but maintains the mansion there. That's just an option that there may be an option of that by retaining a firm like Avison Young who works with nonprofits, or that if the criteria from the board comes clearly minimal impact to the park, hours are within this time frame, There has to be an investment within the property. The board makes a determination, what that rent looks like at the end of the day, if there is rent. But it's got to maintain the park and its public usage and not the interruption or impact to that. That's just an option.
All right. Thank you, Bob, for that comment. We'll hear more about it at some point, I'm sure.
Can I just make an observation? I mean, my observation is that we may not have 7, but there's probably a majority on this board who would be supportive of a public-private relationship, which we have in other parts in our township, that serves to keep the public access there. So I think despite how difficult this is, because we have different opinions, we need to proceed on and try and find that public-private partnership. And if we're not satisfied with the public access that the private partner is giving us, then we move on. But again, I remain convinced this is a huge building. We've never used the 2 top floors or the basement. And it's a very expensive building. What we want to use is the first floor. That's what we've always used for 30 years. That's what people have a sentimental connection with, and that's what is the most useful for us. So I think we should plug along and try to get to a point where we can put together some parameters and an RFP description that the majority of us can agree on, and see what comes out of it.
Okay, from this side, anybody want to make a comment? Luke or Jim?
Yeah, I mean, I'm consistent with what Commissioner Curley's saying. I guess my question is where are we going from here? We have differences in opinion, right? So how do we bring this to a conclusion from here?
And why
How
are
do
we
we
limiting? I'm sorry.
Yep.
I just want to. Why just the Willows? Why aren't we doing Clem McCrone and other parks in Garrett Hill and Fenimore Woods? Like, what is it that made the Willows such that we have to find a public partner? We're not going to invest in it, but we have these other parks too. So, I mean, there's lots of uncertainty about where we're going from here. I'm sorry for interrupting.
The Willows Mansion, not the Willows. And the reason that we're looking for a partner is because it's very expensive to keep up, and we're looking for help in doing that.
Didn't we just put a couple of $100,000 into the building at Fenimore? Wasn't that part of it, a sizable contribution there? So it's just.
Fenimore?
It seems that, yes, there was
The
a
pavilion?
structure
Yeah,
there.
yeah, we put money into that.
Yeah.
Well, we're improving the park.
Yes.
It's in the parks budget, yeah.
Let me get to this side for a minute, because I appreciate your comments here, but.
I'd like to move ahead. We spent 2 hours on this on May 23rd, 3 weeks ago. I think it's wrong to get bogged down in the discussion of the fine points of what the use will be. I think we have to keep a few basics in mind, and that is, I don't want to lose the mansion. I don't want to continue to spend $84,000 a year of taxpayer money to maintain it. I think we can assure our children and adults in the township of continuing to have the building as a forum for public use, community organizations, and activities. But I don't see any problem. I don't think it's a violation of our ordinances. I don't think it's a violation of policy. I don't think it does harm to the concept of this is a public facility. For us to bring in a private partner to go ahead and propose a use to us. If that use is so far off that, Don Curley, you feel that we can't tolerate it, maybe you can convince us then. But right now, I don't think it's beneficial. I don't think it's productive for us to continue to spend another hour debating on what the nature and nature and extent of a possible use is. So I'm in favor of moving ahead with the motion and getting beyond this this particular discussion.
All right, I'm going to hold my comments. So I think there's some folks in the audience who'd like to have some comments, so I'll invite them up right now for public comment. Thank you.
Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. I'd like to remind Commissioner Schaefer of a conversation she and I had where I heard her say she always hoped that the neighbors would come forward and come up with an idea for
I
them.
still do.
All right?
I still do.
There are 3 proposals on the table.
And I hope they come out in this process.
But if we are not rich. We don't have gobs of money. And I know my idea is an anathema to some of you, and that's fine. But you're shutting the neighbor's development of an idea in both time and dollars and an RFP. You've not given us time to put legs on our proposal. We've only had 2 meetings. And so I think you should give us moral support.
Well, what kind of time would you need?
Let me finish, Elaine. One is a proposal to bring the nonprofits of Radnor Township together to form a consortium to use that building. Some for offices, some for events. One is the idea that Ted Pollard came up with to develop it in a cultural center. Mm-hmm. And you know that we have an idea to selectively take down, that's not called demolish, leaving the iconic parts of that building and develop a purely public space. Without any support from the township, we're not going to go anywhere. And you're not allowing the residents to flesh out by hiring a firm who I cannot believe would listen to us. So I ask you to slow down and to actively support these ideas. All of who've been told, hold on, I want to finish. All have been told there'll be no money from the township for it. We have to do it all ourselves. But support us to develop these ideas to see whether they fly or they die. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, Sarah, don't leave. How much time do you think is a reasonable amount of time for those proposals to get together?
I would say at least until September. We're about to go into summer where nothing happens during the summer.
That is what I'm envisioning. Nothing would happen over the summer. And I totally agree that I would love to see those ideas get legs and get support. And if township funding is a part of them, then we had this discussion. Then put it in the pro forma that township funding is a part of it. I think we need to look at everything. And some of those ideas are fantastic. And if you need till September or October, then we'll stretch this out so that everybody has. But it cannot hurt us to open our net and hear everyone's ideas.
I agree,
cannot hurt.
But you can't pit a foundation against a group of residents who are trying to develop the idea to do something to turn it into a purely public. It's lopsided, Elaine.
But we, as representatives of our taxpayers, we have to consider all the options.
We're not asking, but we have been implicitly told that there will be no money available except what the taxpayers raise themselves. So don't tell me you're spending tax dollars, because it's not costing the township taxpayers anything, because we'd have to raise the money ourselves. Yes, from the taxpayers. But that's their choice, not a tax.
Okay, well, I want you to know that you are encouraged and welcomed, and we're all hoping that some really good proposals come from the community.
Well, there are 3 on the table now.
And I hope that they get legs.
They need some support. It's like birthing a baby at home alone, frankly. And you know what I told you about trying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what you're worried about is this RFP precluding you from even participating, right? That's what you're worried about.
Absolutely.
And from what I hope you don't think there's no support for your plan. I mean, there is. And the way I see it.
There's a lot of support.
And the way I see it is there would be an upfront cost there possibly for everybody,
Yes.
but it'd be a long-term win, right?
Yes.
We'd save money in the long term on something like that,
Yes.
from what I can see.
And don't-
It's also, and this is also a message that we're sending and a belief that we're adopting as part of this as to what we're going to do with these parks. Are they open to commercial activity or not, right? So we're not just talking about the specific
And we can't do
proposal.
what we did for the last 30 years. This is not the 20th century anymore. This is the 21st century, and we need to think outside the box. Whether it becomes a center for all the nonprofits in Radnor Township to work together, or a cultural center, or this purely public space that we're talking about. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Doug McCone. I live on Poplar Avenue in Wayne. I wrote an email to Steve Orsini about 2 weeks ago, in which I asked if whether there was a building evaluation report or engineering report or something for this structure, if one had ever been done. And the response was not to his knowledge. And so I am an engineer. I do buildings and facilities, and I have access to other people. So it occurred to me that maybe we could get together a group of professionals who are volunteers and willing to help on this, to actually go and do an evaluation like that. He bounced it off of Bob Zankowski, who seemed to like the idea, and I think that is prudent. It's like if you were, saw a car down the street, it's been 10 years old or whatever, it's for sale. You want to take it to your mechanic to make sure it's what kind of condition it's in before you buy it or choose not to. And I think that would be a prudent thing for us to do. I would think that if I can pull the group together, and again, this would be a volunteer kind of effort. I wouldn't expect Township to come up with anything except the paper to print reports on. And I could probably sponge that too. I think it would take 2 months maybe to do that. What we would have to do is look at the physical structure of the building, the structural members that hold it up. I mean, I don't know even whether it's made of wood or it's made of steel. Some of the old buildings big houses back at that time actually had structural steel in them. We'd have to look at the electrical system, look at the heating system. We'd have to look at the way the building had been used in the past, ways it could be used now, and to find out what occupancy loads are, what the fresh air requirements from ASHRAE, American, fresh air and air conditioning and things like that. And then, just do a general evaluation. I mean, then if we can put numbers to those costs for renovation or repair or whatever, at least then you would have an idea of saying, it's going to cost us $20 million, or no, it's only going to cost us $300,000, or whatever else it happened to be. At least you'd have some idea what to deal with. You'd have a better view of what it is what we're putting up for rent or market or whatever else. The issue with using the floors other than the first floor is access by the Americans with Disabilities Act. You'd have to have an elevator. I don't know if there's one in there. Does anybody know? There is no elevator. Okay, so if you were going to seriously start using the second or third floor for other than just like storage or occasional use, you'd need to have public access to that. We're required to by law, even the government's required to do it by law. And there are a variety of other issues like that. And I think, I'm still planning to do that unless y'all object. If that's okay with you. It wouldn't.
Haven't you started yet, Doug?
Huh?
Haven't you started yet?
I've started pulling a bunch of people together.
Good.
But I went.
You worked on the cottage with us.
Well, a little bit.
But nonetheless, that was the kind of thing we did at first with the cottage. We got some professionals in, and we went from top to bottom in the cottage.
Yeah, and I took an architect over there with me. Actually, Cynthia Curley came over with me. And most of the roof tiles and so forth are still available, or at least new versions of them are available. There are a lot of other things. It may be that the windows, if they're wood, it may be more expensive or more difficult to refurbish them than to replace them. It may be less expensive to replace them accordingly. I have also a woman in our office at work is the historic preservation officer for the region. And I talked with her. She should be more than happy to come down and look and identify the pieces that are historic and not, as the case may be. And she can point me to places where we might be able to get historic preservation grants. Got nothing to lose here, okay? So I'm just telling you that unless you guys object, I plan to do that. Now, completely unrelated to that but related to this is I'm looking at the fee structure for this thing, and I'm not real keen on the fact that we're talking about 2% of scheduled rent for year 11 and beyond. Well, that's the next item? Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug, for your comments. Welcome.
Welcome to you, Leslie Morgan, Wayne. Thank you, Doug. Well, I don't know what happened here, Elaine. A sea change. Because 2.5 months ago, I proposed that we do a lot of what I'm hearing now, this end, who usually fights me, wants to do and retain a broker. I love the idea. I love the idea of still a private partnership. I really don't care, and I don't think most of your constituents would care if it's a 501(c) or not. I think it is much more like Mr. Curley, our Commissioner Curley, is espousing. when does the public get to use it or enjoy it? Is it still a joy? Because if the occupant is such that most of your residents, your taxpayers, don't use it, then you might as well just sell it. And that has been my argument. So I love the private partnership. I still would like a caterer because it has been a caterer for 30 years. And Mr. Nagel, Commissioner Nagel, was a big proponent of the caterer. I was surprised to hear that now he doesn't want a caterer. Who knows? I mean, with the tennis court facility, Radnor Racket, potentially in the near future getting different zoning, they do have a very good caterer there. Who knows? You know, you might circle back and get a caterer. Whether you like that or not, I think a lot of your residents do like the memories of the Willows is really centered around the entertaining aspect that happened there. That's why they liked it. It wasn't to have township meetings or to hear people speak. It was really to celebrate things, whether it be a wedding, a 21st birthday party, a retirement party. Those are your memories. And I think that's undisputed. Secondly, and just a sort of a humorous note, I would like to say that every time I'm in the audience and we hear about the Boy Scouts, I keep thinking, what about the Girl Scouts? And I would like to just put that. When you say the Boy Scouts, could you also give some credence to, since it is the Year of the Woman, you guys, the Girl Scouts? And I keep thinking the cottage, maybe somebody should reach out to the Girl Scouts. They deserve a place. I was never a Girl Scout, my sister was. But they certainly deserve a home in Radnor as well. I understand they do not have a permanent home. So that's one of my thoughts. The second thought, and I just perused the Avison proposal. I think it's pretty in line with most commercial brokerage, except most of them that I have personally dealt with through 22 years hasn't included a fee up front. But I'm sorry, why am I being interrupted?
That's the next item. We don't want to conflate the two.
Okay, that is fine. So I will come up again and comment on that. The hours of operations, you're sort of flip-flopping it from a caterer to the school that we've had ideas so far. The caterer's mostly at night and the school's mostly during the day, so you have to decide who's going to use it, when, and who gets the most damage, obviously. So, yeah, just in closing, I'm really happy about the idea of retaining a broker. I think it will help the process and help the board make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Welcome.
Joseph Reiser, Heather Circle, Villanova. I will certainly endeavor here to only address core fundamental items and not to repeat myself from prior discussions. And I certainly endorse the point made, let's go forward and not rediscuss history here. I think the challenge is how do we proceed? I wonder whether, in fact, the view of the commissioners or of the implied view that public opinion is solidly behind restoring the mansion as a priority is in fact correct. I don't know when this survey was done, and I don't know extensively how extensive it was. I don't know the questions that were placed in such a survey, so I have none of that information. But let me tell you a little bit about my own sample size. I have a sample size somewhere plus or minus, don't hold me to exact numbers, of about 80 people. These are people that have responded to mailings or to provided feedback. A lot of them live in our community. And I can tell you the overwhelming opinion of that sample size, maybe small, is absolutely clear in terms of public use of the park. And I think there's an alignment here by and large on that issue now. The devil, of course, is in the detail. But nonetheless, that is clear, and I think that's an overwhelming. There was one person that I know, to be fair, who was open to other use, such as private-public use. That's just one sample size. On the issue of then what you do with the mansion, you might be surprised this sample size was far more pragmatic than you think. There was no overwhelming feedback, we must restore the mansion. The issue was, yes, if you can restore the mansion, it would be a nice thing. But there were people equally very open to tearing the building down or something in between, as long as the use was still public. So there wasn't, I never sensed a mandate to, we must restore the mansion. And I think, to me, that has restricted perhaps some discussion here by having that as an accepted mandate for our discussion. I don't see it, and I haven't heard that. Public use is no question. I think the proposal of an RFP makes a lot of sense to me. But the point is the wording of the RFP. If you leave it open for any use, you will get much, any use potentially, and so many proposals. And then it's a question who dominates in terms of their emphasis, their ideas, or their biases. The issue that I would propose, and that has been proposed by Commissioner Curley a number of times, is if you define it as public use, or perhaps even a percentage of public use to reach some compromise, if you define it clearly, I think you have a real opportunity to get the kinds of proposals that we perhaps don't know about that could be truly considered and can be acted upon in a time frame that you just discussed with Sarah. That also allows other initiatives that are being worked on right now to come into play. So an RFP, I think, makes a lot of sense if it's defined appropriately. The question of the RFP and defining it in a non-public use potentially, however, comes back to the legal question that I raised at the last meeting. And I'm somewhat disappointed how quickly that legal analysis that I provided from an independent law firm who never was involved in this topic, just simply did their legal analysis, and I think it's a credible firm, and we paid some money for this, was just almost summarily, my impression, dismissed. And I don't understand that. If the building was condemned, it was condemned or it's not condemned. If it wasn't condemned, then I can understand the outcome may not be as relevant in terms of defining public use. But if it was condemned, independent of intentions, if it was, then our view is, and our opinion is, based upon our legal analysis, not speaking of me, that you must use it for public use. And so I think we needed at least finalize that point in order to understand what you put into the RFP. I don't think you can just ignore it. And that would be a real disappointment given the analysis that we provided you. Perhaps the legal analysis is different, but let's see if it is. The last point that I like to mention as a possibility, and I don't know if this can be done, I don't know if an RFP can be written with the premise of what we've been discussing, but also have in the RFP a measure of feedback of what, in fact, the most current view of the public might be on restoring the mansion. I don't know if that can be added. It could be added as a question. It could be added as always a survey that could be built into it. And then what you have is an up-to-date viewpoint of, in fact, that the public is fully behind restoring this mansion or not, or is open to a number of ideas that include not restoring the mansion as well, but perhaps partial demolition, etc., but for public use. And I don't know if that can be done, but if it could be done, you might be able to get some very, very important information as well. So those are just my comments, and I do hope that we can get an official reply on the legal issue that we raised. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I address that? We did not dismiss the legal opinion that you submitted at the last meeting. Excuse me, we voted to authorize John Rice to evaluate it. John Rice provided a legal opinion to us. I doubt it's our intention to share that, correct? That's legal advice for us. But I think it's, you can be absolutely certain that what you submitted was not dismissed and the issue that you presented was not dismissed.
I publicly stand corrected. I remember that I think you mentioned at the last meeting that you asked the solicitor to address that, and I neglected to mention that. My comment was more specifically related to certain commissioners who've made a comment. Mr. Higgins, for example, just said it about 10 minutes ago. That's not an issue, right? The legal aspect, if I heard that correctly. that was what I was referring to, and you're absolutely correct. That
And it wasn't I wasn't trying to chastise you. I was just
No,
trying
no,
to make you be comfortable that we did not dismiss
I was
it.
appropriately corrected.
Okay, thank
very,
you.
very clearly so.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Don. Further public comment?
Good evening. I'm Tony Gargano. I'm St. Gabe's Court. I'm kind of new to this issue, and so maybe I'd have just a little different set of eyes on this. It's a beautiful edifice. It's a beautiful park. It's part of our culture. A lot of memories, a lot of emotion. You know, I would agree that it would be devastating for someone who had very fond memories or something that would have a desire to instill a future memory to someone who's a young resident here of you know, losing that symbol or that edifice. So all I want to say is that I hear a little emotion here and I understand it. And you know, there's a lot of options. We've all traveled. We've seen some unique uses of old buildings. Some are building within an old building, keeping the facade, tearing down a couple of floors and structuring it so it doesn't collapse. And then the bottom floor could be restored. It's got to meet fire code. It's got to meet ADA code. It's got to meet a lot of other codes that we are all aware of. We want to make sure it doesn't have mold and all this other stuff. So, you know, it's a big expense. So my other question is, how much money are we willing to spend? And how much money are we not going to spend? Because it seems to me that part of the emotional thing is, let's just fix it, but we're not looking at the dollar figure. And you know, there's got to be a threshold, and I'm curious what the threshold's going to be, and that may move our discussion. I don't know what the township residents are willing to spend on it, but we have to come to a conclusion that there's a tipping point here, and after that, we're not going to want to use, you know, and if that's the tipping point, then we have to confine a discussion on how do we stay under that level, and how do we then meet the requirements that we're all discussing. I mean, I'm just trying to be pragmatic about it. And, you know, you know, I don't envy your positions at this point because I think it's a tough discussion. But I just feel that it's something that we need to kind of approach in a slower atmosphere and understand that it's going to come down to dollars and cents. You know, to restore something, I mean, we've all tried to do repairs in our homes, and it's always an overrun. We've all built schools in this township, and there's always been an overrun. So when we come up to a dollar figure, we have to understand there's going to be a 20% contingency on this stuff. And, you know, to restore a tile roof of that level, I'm guessing it's going to be at least $750 a square. That's a lot of money right there. You got a several $100,000 roof. I mean, I don't know if we're into that or not. And so these are the type of pragmatic discussions that we need to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
My name is Georgette McCauley. I live in Villanova. It occurs to me that if we move away from the language of public and recreational, that the rest of the park then becomes at risk because the impact of whatever goes in that building has a direct influence on the use of the rest of the park, which I think everyone would agree should be public and recreational. So I would ask that if we remove public and recreational from the language, that we protect the rest of the park by putting in some criteria that says that the intensity of the use of whatever goes on the first floor or the second floor or in the basement of that building does not compromise the use of the park by the public for recreational purposes. And I think that's a real risk.
Thank you. Welcome again.
Thank you for welcoming me again. My name, again, is Christina Peroni. I want to just start with where we ended last time, which was why did I bring up those figures from 2012? Because Mr. Zinkowski, Bob, put forth on May 18th a list of questions about what should be included in the RFP, really good questions to make all of you think about what's important and what you want included and excluded. And then he put for background this information, which was the entire 2012 study. So the only documents you have in your hands were not the one that says we're paying $12,000 to just keep the building now or whatever the electric cost is. You have been, I believe, well, at least I know Mr. Nagel has said, you know, it costs us $120,000. I think Mr. Higgins has said that too. It doesn't cost us that. So let's just start with that premise.
Last meeting I said $84,000.
84, but it doesn't cost 84. It costs 12. So you don't know what the real cost is to just leave it alone.
Christina,
and you should.
Excuse me.
Yep.
John Nagel.
Oh,
here.
sorry.
If you remember our phone conversation about this, I was very clear to you that I did not accept the results of the study because I thought the assumptions were out of line. And I've never said it costs us $120,000.
Well, you haven't said it publicly. I haven't heard you say publicly that you don't agree.
No, I've never used that number.
Okay. Okay. Next issue that's most important, I start on the building blocks again. This entire conversation is based on Bob saying we can't afford this. Why are we monetizing this park? Why are you accepting this premise that we have to monetize the park? Why are you accepting this premise? That's my number one problem. You guys, and sadly, as a lifelong Democrat, we are always about public space and we're always about taking care of our parks. And I don't know why this is different. But I agree 100% with the Republicans who are saying public land, public use. And it breaks my heart that the Democrats aren't doing it too.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just going to say this, that it's a facility that has been sitting idle for a number of years and is draining our resources. And I don't feel personally, I can't speak for the other 6 or the other 3 Democrats, I don't feel that we should continue to allow that to happen. So if it has to be monetized, I mean, that's kind of a dirty word. I'm more inclined to think of it as a public-private partnership to get the facility back into the public stream.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, it is draining money, but it's $10,000 a year, which is pretty much nothing in our budget. $10,000 is what the cost is, okay? So if you want to look at any of our other parks, it would be astronomical to look at what we're spending, which is okay because we value parks in our township. Radnor values land. Radnor values our parks. Secondly, so someone answer that question why you're accepting that this park has to be free. Why can't any of you answer that question? Why are you accepting this?
I think some of us have, haven't we, though? Some of us have answered that.
Yeah, that you don't agree with it. But why are the Democrats accepting that we have to monetize this park? Why have you accepted this premise from Bob? And Bob, you are taking care of our house and dealing with our finances, and you have every right to try and get every dollar to make us have that wonderful rating we have. But you also have to take forth the feeling of the community, which is the community wants this as a public park, public use.
Christina, I've always known that it's public park, public use. The premise that I brought forward on this, so just so it's clear, not your interpretation, my factual interpretation is the township could not afford to run a mansion. One, we're not in the business of catering and doing public events. Government doesn't do that. That's one. Two is the township never put money into this facility. It was a home that was never converted to commercial use. Two is it's a home that the township, whenever they wanted to do something else, when it was budgeted for improvements to the mansion, took the money and put it somewhere else. So there was money never invested into it. So coming in clear to this, it's very clear, as with any business person would say, you have a liability here. So you have to make a decision. Either you're going to fix this up the right way and make it this event, or you go a different direction.
I agree.
That's the premise I go to. You cannot continue to operate a business, any business operation that, one, government doesn't do good.
Right.
Second of all, you have a building that's falling down that doesn't meet any code requirements, none, and the building's in poor shape that needs a lot of work. So how do you continue, in any common sense, how do you move forward with that without bringing it to the board to say, this has to end this operation because you're bleeding money and it's going to hit you someday with a huge price tag?
Right.
That's what it is. So don't take it as though I'm saying we must generate money. The other side, if we're going to do this, I'm hearing from people saying, look, don't spend my tax dollars to restore something that the majority of the public doesn't use here in Radnor. People aren't using this. There's not like a cry where people are saying, we need the space. We have a building here we only use a third of.
Right. You want to talk
people
about
are more
wasting
than
money?
welcome to use
Right.
this building.
Right.
Use this building.
Right.
But we don't. So there's not a outcry for this space. So to say that we're monetizing an asset that's not true. But those are the facts I base it off of. So if I'm a CEO of a corporation, it's taken us 5 years to come to this point. I can tell you probably 4.5 years in a day. I'm not sitting here anymore because the board of directors would say, as a CEO, you can't make a decision on this.
Bob, I agree with you.
I mean, we can't make a decision in 5 years on this project, and we're going to go more years.
Right. And you keep bringing it forward like make a decision, and I agree with that. But it cannot be under the premise that this will cost us nothing. That is not a fair premise to put against a park. So let me, if I could just finish.
There's a cost that, again, we have to talk. There's an expense to this building as it stands, and the building gets worse by the day.
Right.
So if we're going to restore it,
ignored.
invest the money into it.
Right.
If not, we need to go a different direction. So really, the answer is invest the money into it or not. Because all these other groups we want to talk to, the Arts Center and all these other folks, we've spoken to them. But also, we give them a lot of money annually each year. And also, too, there's some of these entities that we've taken loans out on their behalf that they pay us back. These folks are going to come back to us again, so it's basically coming back to the same folks again to say, oh, by the way, this sounds great, but you fund it, and then we'll use it. So that's another opportunity. So that's where it's at.
I would like to just finish my comments. Bob, thank you. And obviously you get to talk because I'm referring to you. But again, I go back to, you're bringing it to this CEO group and saying, what are we doing with this? Should we invest money in it or should we not invest money on it? But there are several premises that you're accepting. One, that this legal opinion that you just got from Mr. Rice that you won't share with us, which is a complete joke, based on the fact that they had a legal opinion that said public land, public use, and now somehow this partnership of private-public is okay because Rice has figured out some way to make that okay. I think you should share that publicly to make sure that everybody else feels like that's okay, because they've already said that that community is happy to sue the township if they decide to do some partnership that's not okay. Number one. Number two, this keeping the building, I could not agree with you more. This premise has been, oh, the building, everybody loves the building. I don't know that everybody loves the building. Why don't you put it out to referendum? We have a fabulous election in November. Put it out to referendum and ask the public, do you want us to spend $500,000 to upgrade the Willows, or would you rather not? Put it out to referendum. Don't use these assumptions to make decisions when you don't have the data. Lastly, I would just ask that given that we spend so much money on legal fees, and in our budget it said legal fees are out of control, this is such a huge issue. This property was condemned, and somehow Mr. Rice found some way to give you the answer that the majority of the board wanted, which was no problem to make a partnership where it doesn't have to be always public use. So let's learn from last times when we get sued to just make sure, let's make it public. If you guys are comfortable hiding behind that decision, and hiding I know is a really disingenuous term, but hiding behind that decision, then make it public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Roberta Winters, 326 Williams Road. I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters, and I will take excerpts from my statement, which I believe you have already received. And on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Radnor, I express our appreciation for your tireless efforts to preserve and improve our parks and recreational programs. And we are grateful for this opportunity to share our positions with you again on the future of the Willows. At our local level, the League of Women Voters has a land use position which states we support the protection of open space and recreational land and take action when appropriate. Further, our position on recreation programs and facilities further affirms our support for the increase and improvement of both passive and active recreational facilities if needed. However, at the same time, we're aware of the growing interest in public-private partnerships which has been expressed in Radnor Township. The potential lease of the Willows thus prompts us to share our national position on privatization, which was adopted in 2012. We believe consideration of the following relevant sections are important in promoting the public good. The League of Women Voters of the United States believes that when governmental entities consider the transfer of governmental services, assets, and/or functions to the private sector, the community impact and goals of such transfers must be identified and considered. Further, the League believes that transparency, accountability, and preservation of the common good must be ensured. The decision to privatize a public sector, or in this case, a public property, should be made only after an informed, transparent planning process and thorough analysis of the implications of privatizing service delivery. While specific criteria will vary by service and local conditions, the League believes the following considerations apply to most decisions to transfer public services, assets, and functions to the private sector. First, an ongoing and timely communication with stakeholders and the public. A statement of the circumstances as they exist and what is to be gained. Definition of the quality, level, and cost of services expected. Assessment of the private market, whether there are providers to assure competitive pricing and delivery. In some cases, there may not be multiple providers if a service is so specialized. Cost-benefit analysis evaluating short and long-term costs of privatization, including the ongoing costs of contract administration and oversight. An understanding of the impact on the customers, the broader community, the environment, and public employees. An open competitive bidding process which clearly defines criteria to be used in selecting the contractor. A provision and process to ensure the service or assets will be returned to the government if a contractor fails to perform. A data-driven selection of private entities whose goals, purposes, and means are not incompatible with the public well-being. The careful negotiation and drafting of controlling privatization contract, and adequate oversight and periodic performance monitoring of the privatized services by the government entity to ensure that the private entity is complying with all relevant laws and regulations, contract terms and conditions, and ethical standards, including public disclosure and comment. The League is optimistic that you will review our position statements, seek broad input, and consider comprehensively the points above prior to acting on the future of the Willows. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Roberta. Are there any other public comment? Nope. All right. Then I'm going to say a couple things because I've been holding back. Did you have a comment? No. Okay. No. Very good. I think, excuse me, I think we're having a good discussion. There are some repeateds that are going on. Maybe we've heard them many times before. Some of them bear repeating. Some new ideas are here. I'm liking a couple of things that I'm hearing. I don't know about my colleagues, but I'm looking at a few ideas that I'm hearing. Unfortunately, you know, one of the problems with the Willows Mansion, and again, this is not monetizing the park. I don't even know if it's monetizing, but it's the mansion, possibly even the cottage. But the problem with it is that we have a building there that people like to use, you know, historically, have good memories about it, would like to use it again. But it's so big, we have never used the entire building. So it's very tough to say, how do you fix this building to get usage out of it that we would like to do, and at the same time know that we would let a whole bunch of it go fallow. In fact, in my mind, that's one reason why you would like to get a partner in there, because we can't use it. We can't use it all. But that's for another discussion. But there are a couple of questions that I'd like to get answered before we continue to move forward, and maybe the board can join me on that. One is, John Rice, what can you do in a subsequent meeting to speak about the legality of the issue of having, whether it be a nonprofit or some other entity other than the township, occupying some portion of that building? Can that be done before the next meeting?
Can I speak about it before the next meeting, or?
No, can you prepare something that we can disseminate so that folks can hear?
Yeah, I can do that, but let me just, you know, just make a few comments about whatever legal opinion people think I've given to the board. Because, and I have spoken to counsel for the HOA before he wrote his letter. So the issue of condemnation, he knew that that had not been done. At least I had no evidence of it. There was no eminent domain. But that doesn't mean that the property is not restricted, because you have the deed, as you're all well aware, the Deed and Donated Act, which is really the issue, not the condemnation. That never happened. People should stop saying it happened. It never happened. There's a deed that says it was transferred in lieu of condemnation. That means instead of condemnation, and it was done for a specific reason. So the Deed and Donated Act puts restrictions on any land that gets acquired that is dedicated for a specific purpose. And that's the problem that you have in doing certain types of commercial operations there. The best example I can give you is the Agnes Irwin case, because in that case, the township was challenged by some residents because the township had entered into a 15-year lease with the Agnes Irwin School, I guess, private girls' school, and the challenge was that was illegal under the Deed and Donated Act. What the township did at the time was a study to show that Agnes Irwin put $1 million into that field, and at the end of the day, the township would have about 78% of all field use time. Agnes Irwin retained 22%. So that was, I think, at the time viewed as sort of a public-private partnership. There are some residents that attend that school. The field would never be closed totally to township residents, even when Agnes Irwin was using the field. Someone could still go there, walk on the walking trail. So the park was always open, and that's the key. I mean, there is no hard and fast rule under the Deed and Donated Act. You know, there's some balance. If you're going to put that building totally into a private owner to the total exclusion of the public, that's a problem. Township didn't do that in Agnes Irwin. The court upheld that. That went up to the Commonwealth Court. That's sort of the guide that we're working off of with other types of uses. The other thing that people probably ought to think about is, what does a public park mean? That means a lot of different things. Does that mean only township residents can use that? Is it just the Radnor public? Is it open to any group that wants to come in? There's a fair amount of case law out there that defines what a public park is, and I think people will be surprised what it includes, because there's been a lot of litigation for 50 years over this issue. So I would just suggest that the residents shouldn't assume I've told the board X, Y, or Z. It's the Deed and Donated Act that's the issue. There's a case going on right now in Downingtown Borough involving this same type of problem, where the borough is attempting to develop a park that is subject to multiple restrictions. If anyone's interested in it, they can find it on the internet. It's been up to the Commonwealth Court and back 2 or 3 times. And part of that land was condemned. Part of it was subject to Project 70, which is another restriction, state funding. And some of it was challenged under the Deed and Donated Act. You have with this park a Deed and Donated Act issue. And there's no black and white parameters on public and private partnership. You can have a public and private partnership, but I think the consistency with the board has always been that there's got to be substantial public use. If there's going to be a non-township entity in the building or in the park, there's got to be substantial public access. That hasn't changed. My opinion hasn't changed about that. So everybody should get the facts before they speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did that address it, Phil?
It starts to address it. I think if there's something that could be more formally written
Okay.
that you're comfortable with, giving those parameters, I think that would be a very strong piece to this here. Mostly because, what we all think is legal matters, and I don't think there's any way up here in this board who wants to do something that would either be perceived, real or imagined, to be illegal. And I think that I've spoken to a number of commissioners. I've also spoken to a number of interested parties in the public about this. And I think that we may not be close exactly in language, but we're very close at the heart of this issue. So it's too close to let it slip away. And I think there's some action by folks out there that need to be encouraged and supported. I think there's more discussion that we need to have because it's worth it. I think for us to throw up our hands and say one way or the other, let's just roll the dice, we have spent a lot of time on it, but it's worth having some more time. Maybe we have to roll up our sleeves a little bit wider, a little bit further to get into it and see what's happening. Bob, I know you're having a conversation over there. One of the things that I would like to know also is that, since most of the usage of this thing has been on the first floor, can we get to some kind of a high level but fairly good estimate of a cost of restoring whatever needs to be done in there just so that that first floor is done? We're not worried about the second or third floors. Part of that, I travel a lot, and I've been to a lot of historic places that the national parks run. Surprising how many of them just have a first floor. They have a second or third floor, but they don't let you up there because they haven't renovated it yet. But yet, the first floor is very well used. Is that possible, Bob? Is that asking the bunch?
If the board would authorize the expense, we could do that. However, part of the shell, we have a problem with leaking roof and damage to the upper floor. So you're going to have to address a lot of those issues before you even get into that. But I understand your concern of what you want to do. But just my opinion is I think the board needs to come to a decision of how you're going to move forward here with public space and all of that. Because the first floor, to be able to use that, it doesn't function. It functions as a home right now. So to be able to go in and say, how do you do that? You're going to have to get some input, too, of what that first floor is going to look like. Because you have a lot of ADA accessibility issues. But then, too, is right now, it's a home that you're going to have to, what's the use that you want to use it for? And then how do you then address that?
Well, let's pick one. I mean, let's just talk about if you had meetings. Let's pick anything except the catering events that we've had there. I mean, that would be legitimate uses. That's what people are talking about going for, right? So you have meetings, you have a group coming up in the night, you're having a small party, whatever those things are. I mean, that's the kind of uses that people are talking about, right? So if we start there as a baseline, this is not something that's going to be an accurate reflection. It's going to be something that's a ballpark. So my question is that from there you'd build and say, look, if we did that, if we invested that, this is what it would cost just for that. I don't want this. The problem is we could never use those floors, those second and third floor rooms. There are too many of them. We can't do it. So if we just did the bottom, I mean, maybe I'm blowing some smoke here. I don't know. But is that a reasonable? Can we get to that without spending a lot of money? I mean, there's some estimates out there that you could provide?
We could do that. Again, I'm going to look for some further direction because, again, I'm going to look to make the space functional so that you can put a number of people in there that you can park it, because you have some groups that are going to want to do some functions in which you're going to have possibly parents and them attending.
Right.
So what number are you going to look at? Is it going to be 100 people that you want in there? Are you going to want to restrict it? You're going to have parking. But then, too, is you have to invest within the structure itself. You're going to have to make sure the physical plant is there, the electrical,
I understand. There's some
roof and all
overall
that.
stuff that has to be done.
That all has to come into that factor. So we could do that.
Well, let's see if there's an appetite for the board to give you direction on that.
Right.
Can I?
What's going on now?
Yeah, can I have a suggestion along that line?
Sure.
Now I'll share.
Yep.
So this has to do with the fellow who used the term tipping point. I don't know if he's still here, but I came tonight hoping that we would get to that. So what I see us having now is six data points that represent the spectrum. On one end of the spectrum, we have no action at all. So how much does it cost to just put shutters on the building and keep the rain out of the roof? Next to that, we have the conventional demo, which would be to turn it into turf grass, and it's just another part of the park. Third would be what I'm calling the selective restoration. That's the Sarah Pilling, Rick Leonardi idea. The fourth could be Phil's idea of the first floor only. The fifth would be the circa 2000 option, because lots of people are saying we should just get it back to the way it was in 2000. I'm not sure that's a good idea, because my review is like yours, that my review of it is that it's like we brushed our front teeth for 35 years. The rest of our mouth is terrible. We could invest $300,000 and get our front teeth looking okay, but we still have that multi-million-dollar problem in the rest of our mouth. So I don't think that's a good idea, but lots of people are saying let's just get back to the way it was 15 years ago. And then the sixth option would be the sort of the full upgrade. How do we take the building, change out the plumbing, change out the electrical, change out the HVAC, rearrange the structural elements of the first floor so that the building is a modern, contemporary building. And if we had planning level costs for those six, then we could determine what our appetite is, and then based upon our appetite, we could issue an RFP, and then if we issued an RFP, it would be relatively easy to engage or choose to not engage a commercial entity to represent the RFP, should we choose to engage it. So that's my sense of the tangible next step, and my gut would tell me that we could have that by September. I hope we could, and if we have to commit money to do that, my sense is that we commit money to do that.
Don, I could support that. I think the one option I think we should take out, though, is going back to the good old days, you know, where we had the catering business. Bob's already expressed that we're not in position to do that, and I don't even know what that cost would look like, because you'd have to put in all this other stuff, and I don't know that that was a use that we really wanted to.
One of my reasons for not excluding it is that I think it's going to cost, from my conversations, what I've read, my reading between the lines, my gut tells me it's going to be $800,000 to go back to the good old days. And we're all going to say, we don't want to do that for $800,000. So,
I mean, if it's there just to be a proof point, then so be it. But I wouldn't spend a lot of time dotting the i's on that one to get real firm figures on it. I just think that that's not been a discussion item that's been on here. So, but the others are there.
So is this a suggestion to spend money on these assessments?
yes, I'm willing to spend money on it.
And how about Doug McCone's offer?
I can go either way. I'm sorry. I can go either way. My issue is that I like this group as an advocacy group, and I think that they should come to us and advocate. I don't want them to be the objective decision maker. Mm-hmm. So I would rather pay a professional, get objective information, and then the citizens group would have full access to it, and they can assemble, and they can tell us that they think it's great, or they can tell us they think it's a bunch of nonsense. So I'm not opposed to another way of doing it, but my preference would be to engage a professional to give us planning level estimates for 5 to 6 data points that represent the spectrum of uses.
I think I would prefer to get the free expertise of our volunteers, to get a baseline of what is in that building, which is going to apply to many of those uses, almost all of those uses. A baseline of the condition and what can't work going forward. I'm not so worried about the advocacy aspect of it because they're professionals as well. So I think I would prefer to go allow our citizen group to do the best they can, and if that's not satisfactory and we feel it's not a good, dependable assessment, then we can go get a professional planner. But all of those uses, you know, the shape of a building is the shape of a building, and all of those uses are going to need to have sound walls and functioning plumbing and functioning electricity and non-leaking roofs. So I don't feel that we need to do the spectrum of analysis. And I just, you know, if we can get it for free from our volunteers with expertise, let's do that.
I'm all for saving money too, Bob, can I ask you a question over there? Thank you. Is there a way to blend them both? I mean, can we get some sweat equity in there from our township folks who are professionals to work with whoever you would buy services for? Is that a possibility?
I think if that's the decision of the board, that's fine. I'd like Don's suggestions. I think we should use an independent firm, use our resident group. That there's no reason why the two of them can't work hand in hand, because you may have somebody see something that the other doesn't, because again, too, we're not fighting against each other.
Right.
We're working in concert with each other. At the end of the day in September, they both bring those back here in front of the board. And as Don said, you got your citizens group's going to be able to look at that, as well as our residents. Doug and his group are going to be able to come forward too as well. The only suggestion I would have is, you got Sarah and her groups that are developing this. You're going to allow them the time during this period to finalize and develop their plans.
Of course.
The only other suggestion I would have is let our firm go out and see who's actually out there, so there's no mystery that's hanging out there. So you got multiple things working. So in September, you actually are going to have presentations upon the building itself, what the township can do. You'll also have options of what other firms are out there that maybe they're interested, or maybe it's almost an impossibility for somebody to come in as a foundation or anybody to say, look, we just can't give up that kind of public space, which rules that out once and for all. We're done with that. And then we have Sarah and her group and Rick and their group to be able to put their proposal together. Then the board can look at all of this. Because you're right, during the summer months, nothing is going to come up. There's no discussion. All this background work can be being done, and we can accomplish all this and then present to the board. And by no way does this, I think, by having Avis and Young do their work, is going to exclude or preclude any of our resident groups from participating in this at all.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Can you put a number on this cost analysis? Just a rough number.
Well, we have
What
several
ballpark?
architectural firms here in town that I would look to engage a local business here in town that are very good to be able to go and look at the first floor and do that assessment. So we'd stay local here.
Okay.
Paul French, who's here, is with Avis and Young, is a resident here. So you have that commitment there. So you have everybody. We're all pushing in the same direction here of what we want, what's in the best interest of the community at the end of the day. So you'll have all this information that's there for you. So I would look at the board not to exceed, because you're going to want to be able to see some type of drawings and renderings and assessments. If the board approved up to $15,000, at any point that we would exceed that, I'd come back to you and say we've exceeded it, and these are the reasons why that we are exceeding that. But I think that seems to be a realistic number that we could have to be able to put that first floor together.
I
for
don't
you.
mind a not to exceed number, except that usually you end up with $14,999 as the estimate to do it. But
Well, they're not going to get an estimate. They're not going to go anywhere near that. They'll get an hourly rate,
Yeah.
which again I would bring back to the board here at the next meeting. So before anything would launch, the board would approve that.
Then there
Would
you
not
go.
have the authority. We would do a resolution authorizing that, because that's outside my means of approval.
Right. Then let's see if we can craft a motion to do that. Do we have?
Wait, I'm just confused. We're spending $15,000 to get an assessment of the building, we have a community resident volunteer group who's offered to do this for free.
Right, but that's not what I'm asking for. So it might be what the board wants to do, but it's not what I'm asking for. So I'm authorizing money. The $15,000 is to be determined, or I'm willing to commit money. And what I want to see is the cost of the spectrum. The idea that I want is the tipping point. In order to know the tipping point, we're going to have to know the baseline conditions. So that idea that Doug brought is inherent in it, but it's not the end and it's not enough. What I need to know is the spectrum of costs ranging from least obtrusive to most obtrusive. And then we can determine the tipping point. Once we get our appetite, then it'll be easier for us to make a decision about an RFP or a prospective commercial entity to market the project.
So if you put out an RFP and those spectrum of users are out there and decide they want to put a proposal together, they will pay for those costs as well. They will pay for an assessment of what they're going to have to put into it for their particular use. And it will probably include uses that aren't in the spectrum that you're anticipating. So I'm uncomfortable with sort of starting at this, spending money on what should be part of the RFP process. You know, that when all of those people that responded to our first RFP all took tours of the building with their architects and their engineers, and they did their assessment of how to make their pro forma work for their use. That's part of the process.
Yeah,
So,
and 3 of the data points aren't even in the discussion.
Which 3?
No action,
Well, I think no action is the, I'm sorry, go ahead, Jim.
demolition, and restoration to year 2000. We're not going to do any of those.
Okay, so I'm not married to restoration to circa 2000. I put it in there because lots of people have said we should. And in order to eliminate it, they say we should because it'll only cost us $100,000. And so for them, there's some merit to getting that. And I don't know evaluating these options is not terribly expensive. You know, you're talking about a couple of $1,000s each.
I'm not worried about the money. I'm worried about we're in mud, spinning our wheels, and instead of moving forward with some sort of resolution, even though it's temporary or even though it's partial, we're talking about a study again. I want to move forward.
So
I want to move to the next agenda item, which is to retain the services of a broker or a marketing resource to help us find a bidder that will upgrade the facility so that we don't have to spend the money and so that we can have private use alongside of public use.
Part of what I think we're going to get from identifying the tipping point is some of these things are going to go away, and it's going to give us the capability to write a much more narrow RFP, and that's going to give us the capability to get better solutions. So I disagree with your position that this is a study. This is evaluating some basic costs in order to make a decision about what our next step is.
Because in large respect, I don't think we're going to find somebody who's going to pay for the whole thing. We're going to have to come up with some money for this. So we need to know how much that money is going to be. And then we can make an informed decision.
Phil, why don't we get a motion on the floor so that we can?
Okay.
Jim, if it
agree
makes
with
you
this
feel
approach or
better,
not?
as part of that money, we'll get an estimate too as well and have that prepared for September of what it will cost to take down the mansion. So that'd be another point we would have. But also, and respectfully, Phil, I think we can find somebody, if under a strict criteria, we could find a partner that we would not have to spend any money to do that. I believe
agree.
one exists somewhere out there.
I agree.
So I just wouldn't want to put it out there because knowing how everybody likes to say, just as it goes back to the $14.99, someone will say, well, you're willing to put money, so of course I'm going to include that. But I would think, though, that we'll include that also as part of that, and we'll do our best to be able to not spend as much,
That
as much
would
as
be
we
great.
can.
One of the problems is that I don't think we have enough clarity to make the RFP at this moment. And I don't want to even say, let's do it next week or next meeting. I think these numbers in my mind would help give clarity to what the RFP would be looking like. And if that's the case, then that's well worth the time, because then we're not spinning our wheels anymore. We've found a clear way to get out of it and move forward. And let's resolve that between now and then, we are moving forward, that we are looking at things seriously. You know, I spend 10 to 20 hours a week going to meetings, preparing for meetings, doing all bunches of things. And I think that if any of these other community groups are out there, we asked, hey, could there be a community group? We've got 2 or 3 that already raised their hand tonight. And I think they should involve some of the commissioners individually or in small groups to say, hey, here's what we're thinking. What do you think? This shouldn't be a September surprise. Let's get this along the way so we can get some suspenses and get some support and build that kind of thing. And if it's possible, it's fine. If it's not, then it's not because we didn't try. And then you have something going on. So I'd say, hey, listen, any community group that's out there, reach out to me, reach out to Luke, reach out to Jim, reach out to Elaine or Don, any of them. And you know, it's a small group to go ahead and say, how can we make this work? Not just can we. In the meantime, we're getting hard numbers from Bob. I think if you have some folks that would have some interest, if it's possible at that point to share it or along the way, then let's do it. Let's build that kind of
And-
body of knowledge.
Folks, as firms willing to do this? Or are you talking about firms to be able to do the studies?
Oh, no, you talked about somebody who would
Oh,
be
I
a
think,
partner.
I think there's a foundation that would be ready to go. If we talk to
We're
them,
not-
I'd be able to bring them forward right away, so.
Except we're not clear on the RFP criteria. So
Right.
without that, it's very tough to get the support to behind it.
I-
But we can get to that
Right.
point.
Yeah, I think they would meet all the criteria I've heard from the board, I've heard from the public. But I understand your concern, you want to do that, but
So Bob and Steve, would you be uncomfortable doing this at the staff level? Meaning there's certainly a level of expertise in this that is particular. Is it beyond the staff level expertise that it would be, if we want good information to make a decision, we need to engage a professional to provide that for us?
But I think what we'll do, Don, how do I want to word this? I think we have the capabilities to be able to do that with staff. What I would like, though, is to be able to use an architect to supplement the staff. I think that would be helpful.
That sounds wise.
So that we're not looked at as though we're trying to skew it a certain way or another, because we don't. I guess from my end of the world, there's frustration on my end of the world, because we've sat here and, again, we have to look at that at the end of the day, that building, and I see what it goes through. And I felt a lot of electricity go through me when I tried to open one of the panels in the basement one time. And I can just tell you that electricity there, maybe that explains me, right? So you can go through that. But there are big problems in that building that need to be addressed.
Okay, Don, would you like to take a
Yeah,
shot at
so
the
I'll make a
motion?
motion that we authorize staff to engage an architect or engineer to develop or help staff develop planning level cost estimates for 6 scenarios for the Willows that include no action, conventional demo, selective restoration, which is that partial demolition, selective restoration idea, the first floor only idea that Phil identified, the cost of returning to the circa 2000 operation, and then the full-fledged restoration.
And Bob, if you have questions, then bring them to us, for that.
We will.
Yeah.
We will. But we've got that.
All right, and I'll second that.
Is it a second to that? All right. All right, we've had discussion, but is there any board discussion on that motion?
I'm not going to vote for it. I think we're taking it the wrong direction. My preference, which obviously is not going to carry the day, is that we would start, I believe we are close to being able to put an RFP together. I think that would be the cleanest, fairest, and most expeditious way to move forward. But, this will end up there eventually. When this is done, we'll go to an RFP, and we're just paying for the work that the proposers would have done.
Don, did you have a dollar figure in that motion? I don't.
Yes, I put $5,000 in.
I can't see how we're going to get 6 alternatives for $5,000.
Well, it's a staff-level initiative, and essentially they're going to be engaging the experts. And, I mean, I envision this as a letter report. I envision this as, and it can be broad ranges, meaning what we need is we're hearing all kinds of numbers, and we need something that affirms the accuracy of those numbers.
I just think Bob threw out 15,000. 6 alternatives. I mean, just to outline, or well, whatever.
No action. There's
No action. There's still some money with no action. So Bob's limit is 7,500. I just think 5,000 is not enough, honestly.
So do you want to increase it to 7,500?
I would, because I don't think you can do it for that.
Then we don't have to vote for it. Bob can do it.
Well, we should still, my opinion is we should vote for this. This is a significant policy item for us. So, and if you're opposed to it, you can create that record that you're
All right.
opposed to.
So what is the number, John?
Yeah, so I'll accept Rich's recommendation and $7,500.
Okay, all right. Very good. Bob, is that good enough to do it? Okay. All right, other comment? Let's have the vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed. Okay. Passes 4 to 3. List is item D, Resolution 2016-70, authorization to engage Avis and Young to represent the township to lease the Willows Mansion.
Second.
You know, this
Yeah.
is the continuation of the last discussion. As I see it, the action we took a moment ago precludes this action. So
Totally
I-
agree.
I don't,
Yep.
I don't see us taking action on this item.
Yeah,
Yep.
I agree. Let's just get
Okay, I think at this point, that does make a difference. But I'll give the public a chance to make a comment. If not, then all those in favor of the motion say aye. All those
What was the
opposed?
Well,
motion?
are we just removing it from the agenda?
Just withdraw your motion.
Just withdraw.
Withdraw it?
Yeah.
Well, it was seconded, so do we have to do something with it?
Second.
Okay. It was seconded, so we need to vote on it.
I thought the withdrawal was seconded.
No. I mean, unless someone heard it differently over there.
I heard a motion made and then seconded.
Right, okay, all right. So if
vote-
you're in favor
vote-
of the motion to do it, say aye. None? Any opposed, say an aye.
Nay.
All right, so it fails, 0-7. Next is item E, discussion of possible motion to receive bids for painting, plastering, exterior repairs for the Willows Mansion and Cottage. I'll make the motion. Any seconds?
Second, but I'd like to suggest that these be split into two separate, the mansion and the cottage. Yeah.
Is there a second for that amendment?
I'll second it.
Okay. Then the first precedent is to either discuss or vote on whether we split it. So, right? So discussion on splitting it?
I think there can be unanimous consent that we can split it.
Okay.
Mr. President, if I may, being that we had to vote previously on this about getting the estimates and that, wouldn't we want to hold off on this until we get the
I think
estimates
that's
on
where it's headed.
the restoration? That's just my thought, that we would wait until September on this and then we can move
But
forward.
wait, the
No.
motion, the prior motion was for the mansion only.
Oh,
I
so you
do-
want to just look at the
I
cottage?
think it would be,
Okay.
I think it's worth discussing the cottage because the
I got
cottage
you.
is not going to be addressed.
I got you. Okay.
And recognize that we have had in our budget on several occasions in the past, the painting of the cottage. And for whichever reason, it didn't happen. And the way the charter works is if you don't do it, then it's out of the budget. So I see no reason that we shouldn't protect this asset. The cottage is really, just because the cottage is at the Willows Park like the mansion is, they're two really distinct buildings. For example, the cottage has a new geothermal heating system. The cottage has new windows. The cottage has relatively new plumbing and electrical. So that's entirely different than what we encounter at the mansion. And you know, if I know, for example, that at the end of this term I may move out of the township, I would still repair a roof on my house or paint my garage door if it needed it. It's just good sense. And we've neglected it for a long time, caused by the whole length of time with the previous process. I mean, there's a legitimate reason why it didn't get done, but it's time to do it.
So let me clarify, this is a motion just to get bids for the painting and the plastering.
Right.
So we would be directing staff to get the bids, and then we would make a decision on whether to spend the money.
Absolutely.
So to me, this seems like a little bit of a no-brainer. So
Let's call the vote.
All right, well, housekeeping first. We need to vote on splitting the motion, so let's.
The split is not painting, the split is Willows Mansion and Cottage.
The split, Willows Mansion's one item, cottage is another item.
Right.
Yeah.
So we have that motion, so I don't think there's any public comment. No? All right, all in favor of
Wait,
splitting?
there's-
Oh, there is? Okay, all right, very good. Sorry.
Well, the fresco facade opposite the Willows, front door of the Willows Mansion really isn't in the building. It's one of its most important assets. So I would like to see you include getting bids to restore that. It's been neglected forever and ever and ever. And it's built of stone. It was plaster. It's always been plaster. When the structural engineer and I went through the place, it was one of the comments. It's one of the real assets of the park. So I would like to see you include the price of that while you're getting stucco repair process.
Wait, can you clarify where you're talking about?
You're driving up to the mansion, and the front door is on the left, and there's that curved fresco with the steps that goes up to the woods that has the niches. It's in very poor condition, and it would be good to get a bid to have that restored, because no matter what you do, tear it down, nothing, blah, the whole 6 things, you probably would want to restore that. So you might as well know what it's going to cost. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to figure out how procedurally we do that.
Well,
Let's do
the cottage first.
Cottage.
And then that would be part of the mansion.
Okay. Very
And
good.
then, so Bob, from a finance perspective, this is just you give us numbers, and then it'll come from a capital line item, and at that time, we'll make a decision as to whether it's worthwhile. This isn't like this has a specific line item in our budget.
No, that's correct.
Very good.
Now let's call the vote on splitting the two, the cottage and the Willows. We'll get that done first. All those in favor of splitting that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Passes 7-0. Then let's take a motion on the painting, getting bids to paint for the cottage, right? So, any board comment on that?
If I can, Phil, if you just put painting, maintenance, and repair, because there's stucco painting, masonry, there's wood, other things. I
Right,
would
you're
just
right.
blanket it
And
for the whole
does say that
thing.
there.
Okay.
You're correct. It says painting, plastering, exterior repairs to the to the cottage. Any public comment on that?
I'll make that motion.
Oh, thank you. Second. Any public comment? None? Okay. Any commissioner comment further on that? All right.
Wait, I'm confused. Is that part of the budget today, or is this an additional expenditure that we're authorizing for the cottage, for painting and additional maintenance work?
It's a bid, to go get a bid for it.
Authorization to bid only.
And so this is over and above the current budget?
That's correct.
And why was this excluded from the budget?
It was included in the budget in the past based on if we went forward with a previous contractor, the caterer, that money would be allocated for it. Since we are not moving forward with any one, and because of the status of the repair, and since we are not going to proceed with certain items within the capital budget, there may be funds available based on how these bids come in. So I think...
Do we have a number, or it's just... I mean, if we're gonna study it, why?
Our estimate, well, I think we're looking at just the cottage
The
itself.
cottage is different from the Willows. Right.
If we're gonna study it, though, should we do anything, or should we just hold on?
Right now, I think just the cottage, what we're looking at to get the price, we'd be able to go out and get the price, bring it back, and then I think there the board would be able to make that determination whether or not we move forward or not. But it's going to need some repair. There's no question about it.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of just receiving bids for painting, plastering, and exterior repairs at the cottage, say aye.
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 And opposed? None. Passes 7-0. So now we have the mansion one. Are we going to amend that?
I
to-
can't see doing this for the mansion, based
No, I don't
upon the
either.
discussion
I
5
don't.
minutes ago.
As far as the fresco goes, I mean, in my opinion, that's part of the mansion, and the studies that we get should address that.
Well, I'd be very, at this level, I would imagine that's a detail. I mean, can't we just add the fresco to the, it's not going to be no cost. You just add that, and if it fits in, we'll make a
Yes.
decision when the time.
We'll do that, yes.
That would be my suggestion as to how to do
Yeah.
it.
All right.
Agreed.
So we're done with this section now, correct? All right, very good. All right, thank you. Next up is community development. Donna, is that you?
Sure. The item involves a discussion of a prospective change to the PLO ordinance, or PLO zoning district. So we've had 2 scenarios presented to us. I presented a third. I'm not sure how the board wants to proceed. Do you want to have an outline of individual?
Excuse me, I'm not going to participate in the discussions and vote on this for reasons previously stated. The University of Pennsylvania is one of my clients, and I'm recusing myself.
So what's the board's pleasure? Thank you, Jim. What's the board's pleasure? Do we want to have presentations? I've kind of like, I've seen enough. We've been through so many of these presentations that I don't feel we need to have the information presented again. We could just identify the option that we think is best and start the conversation there.
Well, we spent a lot of money for Ritu to work with our planning commission, so I certainly would like to have a presentation on that.
I have to be honest, at this point, with these 3 different versions, it's a little confusing. And I do have a lot of questions about, the different overall approaches. So I don't have a position on which I think is better yet. And I would like to hear from some of the advocates for the certain versions why they think theirs is the best, or why going in a certain direction.
So somebody from, should we have Steve Gabriel present his?
Maybe first.
Steve, would you come to the podium?
Good evening, all. Nice to be back, see everyone. Commissioner Clark, good to meet you as well.
You too.
Yes, as a way of a little bit of background, we started meetings with the commissioners, property owners, and a number of residents, a town hall meeting here as well back in the summer, fall of 2014. Presented a draft ordinance to the commissioners in the spring of 2015. You had us then work with the Planning Commission the latter half of 2015 and early this year to get back to the version that was presented to you in your packet. 3 key principles. There are others, but I think 3 key principles. One, and this is based on what we heard at those resident meetings from the commissioners and the town hall meeting too. Mixed-use development was favored. Certainly the market seems to trend that way right now. Mixed-use development as a choice is also built into this ordinance. Traffic levels. That was the #1 concern of everyone that talked about any potential future development or redevelopment in the PLO zoning district. So those must be addressed. And third, then, building designs that are comparable with other existing uses, as well as promoting green space in keeping with the low lot coverage principle of the current PLO zoning district. So those were really the 3 principles that we worked with quite a bit. I'll talk to you about a few of the highlights of the ordinance, and then if you would like, and staff had asked that we be prepared to talk about some of the changes that the Planning Commission had recommended through its review. So I can get to that as well. As I mentioned, mixed-use development has been added to the PLO zoning district as a permitted use with uses that would complement office use. Office use, laboratory use, those are the 2 principal uses that are allowed currently in the PLO. Mixed-use development would add other uses under the heading of mixed-use development, but those other uses would be intended to complement office use in particular. So things like hotels or restaurants or banks. That would be uses that occupants of offices would also make use of on the same site. I mentioned promoting green space. Open space on site in the proposed draft is being increased under the mixed-use development heading with a limit of 45% site coverage, which translates into a requirement of 55% open space, as opposed to, or as compared to, the current PLO zoning district standard of 45% open space under the existing PLO zoning regulations. Now, if we're going to require more open space, restrict the available area, at least footprint, that development would be able to fill, then we need to provide some sort of a trade-off for development to take place. So this draft does propose an increase in building height. Current regulations talk about 38 feet height. This proposal proposes buildings up to 85 feet in height. And this will provide some design flexibility in exchange for this increased open space. Now, this is something that the Planning Commission looked quite hard at, and we talked about ways to protect particularly neighboring existing residential uses. Some were already built into the draft. The Planning Commission requested some additions as well. To protect those uses, mixed-use development must provide a 100 feet wide buffer planting strip where they adjoin residential uses or residential zoning. So it's 100 feet deep when I say wide. It's the length of the property line where it abuts. And if you remember the discussions from the Villanova Land Development Plan, the buffer planting strip requires complete and immediate visual screening. So it's a pretty high standard that the township has adopted in its current ordinance and would be continued in this. In addition, and this is where the Planning Commission came into play, the facades of mixed-use development that face residential uses must be stepped back from the required side or rear setbacks a distance of 1 foot for every 2 feet of height, building height, above 45 feet. And this is typical for higher intensity type uses where heights are a factor. You start stepping back. You may create a rooftop exposure and add a little bit of variety to the buildings at the same time. But that's to get that increased height back away, further back away from this already 100-foot setback from any existing abutting residential uses. And further, the required front yard setback along King of Prussia Road in most cases for mixed-use development would be 100 feet. And that 100-foot setback has to contain a landscape strip, which is a defined term in the draft ordinance, that's 75 feet deep. So you'd be creating somewhat of a parkway feel as you drive along King of Prussia Road with that 100-foot setback with a lot of landscaping included in that setback area. Then, the other big issue, traffic. The draft ordinance looks at the intensity of development and ties it specifically to traffic levels. The original draft that you saw in the spring of 2015 talked about neutrality as just that. And I'm boiling it down here, but the traffic to be generated by the proposed development would be no more than the traffic that is calculated to be generated by a general office use of the floor area of the existing buildings on the site. So essentially, you're comparing existing buildings and the traffic they would generate if used as an office use, and then comparing that traffic generation with your proposal. That's what came to you in the spring of 2015. The Planning Commission said, and we talked a lot about this concept, they said, let's knock it down a notch. Let's make sure that the future development reduces traffic levels by 5% compared to your baseline. Now, at the same time, they approved language that says there shall be no reductions in or credits for traffic related to interrelationship of uses or projected transit use or any of those things. So that potential traffic reduction through transit use or the interrelationship of uses where someone in an office building could go to the restaurant without ever getting in their car, that's an additional on top of your 5% reduction. So that's how the Planning Commission looked at that. There are also requirements in the ordinance that were included to promote pedestrian activity and to get people, whether they are employees, whether they're visitors, whether they're clients, get them out of their cars. And through carpooling, car sharing, bicycle spaces,
and wider walkways. Those are all included to help promote getting people out of their cars. So that's kind of the highlights of what is in the draft ordinance at this point. Now, modifications from the Planning Commission. There were a number of modifications that were requested as we went through. There was a series of 8 meetings that we had with the Planning Commission that dealt with the uses themselves, both in terms of what uses as well as the percentage of floor area that could be utilized by any one of those uses within a mixed-use development. So just reading down, the Planning Commission asked that movie theaters be deleted from the original ordinance. They had a concern about the peak traffic volumes that movies, popular movies, can generate. And so they said that's really not something they wanted to include. Limiting multifamily development to age-restricted multifamily development. That's a little bit less traffic than just straight multifamily. It's also a concern about school district impacts, and so that's how they came down on that issue, to limit it to 55 and older as far as heads of household, and limiting occupancy by anyone 19 years or younger than 19 years old to 90 days, like a summer vacation. Eliminating health and fitness centers as a permitted primary use and making them an accessory use. So they would be in a building only to be used by the occupants of the building, or potentially the buildings if there was more than one building on a site, but only for those occupants, for those residents, and not open to the general public. Again, a concern about traffic coming in from off-site and concern about parking because of that as a high generator in both cases. Eliminating outpatient surgical centers as a permitted standalone use, since it is being allowed as part of a medical office facility. In the definition of medical office, outpatient surgical use is permitted. So the Planning Commission said we don't need it as a standalone use too. We would expect it under the medical office facility use. And so they've asked that that be eliminated.
Pardon me, Steve, is that more than a semantic difference?
Yes, in the sense I think that they wanted to they're still trying to promote a mixture of uses especially on larger sites.
Okay.
So that if we have medical office facility on a portion of a site, they didn't want another outpatient center there. They wanted to get something different. Mm-hmm. And then 2 that have to do with percentages, looking at the sites, the properties that are less than 10 acres in size, they get a little small in terms of providing for multiple uses within the confines of the other regulations, building setbacks and so forth, and that are also useful enough that are meaningful for the particular use involved. And so the Planning Commission directed that offices, laboratories, medical office, hotels, age-restricted multifamily, and skilled nursing assisted living be permitted as a single standalone use on sites less than 10 acres in size. Because they felt that in those cases, for those smaller sites, it can be difficult to get everything on there and have a minimum of at least 2 uses. So they're thinking that maybe it's not a mixture of uses on any one site, but a mixture of uses that could then be accomplished, small sites or large sites, throughout the entire PLO. And that's why they were allowing for those primary uses, if you want to call them that, as single standalones occupying 100% of the floor area that might be built. And then related.
All right, so Steve, why is that something that would be beneficial? Why would you want to do that? It's not current uses for those small sites today.
Well, under the current PLO, we would allow for an office use at 100% or a laboratory use at 100%. And they felt that given the size and the size of those sites, the amount of footprint that you need to have an acceptable building, and in particular, the multifamily type development or a hotel type development, you get pretty close to your limits before you ever even talk about a second or a third use on that same site. So they were comfortable allowing in those small sites, the less than 10 acres. And it's important to remember too, the PLO requires a minimum of 10 acres. So these sites that are less than 10 acres are grandfathered in currently. They felt that we should allow for those larger uses to stand alone as single uses, if that's what is necessary in order for them to fit, to meet market conditions, and still promote a mixture of uses throughout the entire PLO.
Right, so there's no benefit to the township or to the neighborhood. It's just allowing more flexibility to a certain group of owners.
Yes, and by doing that, then you provide the opportunity for a mixture of uses across those smaller sites. And so there is a benefit, I think, to the community and to the residents, because you still have the mixture of uses that potentially could generate some less traffic than just an all-office use will project.
But you'd increase the development on that site, so you would negate any of that benefit, it seems to me.
Well, that's why the traffic neutrality concept is so important, because it puts a lid on the traffic.
If you believe that.
As written and implemented
I'm still missing the benefit. It seems to me you're conferring an additional benefit to smaller sites. I don't understand what the benefit to the township is, and I don't think so. That's something.
Well, the benefit is that we're still enabling a mixture of uses through the mixed-use development category, and still allowing for one site to have one kind of use, the next site to have a different kind of use. And in all cases, no matter however those would develop, they'd still, if under the mixed-use development heading, they would still have to meet the 55% open space criteria and have the traffic neutrality applied to them and have these additional setbacks to protect residential uses. So I think there's a fair amount of benefit to the community and to the residential uses nearby, even though we're just going down to one use as opposed to two or three. The bulk, the volume, is the same whether it's one use on those small sites or two uses or three uses. So that's how we would see it.
Again, you're allowing additional uses that aren't currently permitted on those smaller sites.
Or the larger sites.
So can I elaborate, Rich?
Well, that's all right. I don't want to go into this. Again, I still don't. I see a benefit from the government to specific owners. I don't see that you're going to get anything for that. So, but we disagree. Go ahead.
Okay. And then Planning Commission still wanted to give these primary uses plenty of flexibility, and so they said if there's two uses being proposed on a small site, that those primary uses, the hotel, the office, medical office, could go up to 99% of the floor area. And so you'd have a very small second use. Again, because potentially that's how those small sites would work in many cases to meet the market demand.
But again, that kind of solidifies my point. You're saying, well, you would have that, but you would only have to have 1% of a second use, which would be rife with abuse, and that's a bad planning tool, seems to me, to like, oh, you have two uses, but 99 to 1. It could be 10 square feet or 100 square feet. It's kind of silly to have something like that.
It'd be a little bit larger than 10 or 100 square feet, but I agree with you. The nature of promoting or enforcing a mixture of uses, or multiple uses, not mixture, but a multiple of uses on a site is difficult, because the market wants to go one way, the community wants to go another. So if you look at a small boutique hotel, oftentimes a restaurant might be nice to have along with that. It might be 95% hotel and 5% restaurant. And that's the size that'll work out. So the Planning Commission felt that, okay, well, let's just go to 99%, give them that flexibility, that room. It might be just a gift shop, that's true. But they're also comfortable on the small sites to go to just a single use. So that's how they're looking at it. Protection for the abutting residential uses, I mentioned the stepping back of the facade. They also prohibited illumination of any corporate identification signs. You can have them, but you can't light them up. That was something that we went back and forth on. I also pointed out about traffic, the traffic neutrality. They are now asking for that to be the new use, 5% less traffic than the baseline of general office use of existing floor space. They're also requiring a minimum of 10 acres, just as the current PLO does for mixed-use development, so that we don't have subdividing of the larger parcels into something smaller. And they're reducing the maximum permitted size of a wall sign down to 40 square feet, but allowing more than one when there's more than one occupant or tenant of a building, much like 555 West Lancaster Avenue has those near the ground floor to advertise the two restaurants that had been there, at least. Those are the primary changes. There were a few more. They also did approve, including, and they asked that architectural design standards, we talked about those, they asked that they be included in the subdivision ordinance. They're referenced in the draft ordinance, but they're to be included in the subdivision ordinance, talking about horizontal and vertical articulation of the buildings and the kind of materials they're made from, to try to provide at least some standards for attractive buildings in keeping with what I think the Planning Commission members and others on this board and in the audience have seen of projects that they like, whether it's here in Radnor or elsewhere. Those standards did not make it into your packet. I have copies here. If you would like, I can hand those out just for your future review and reference. But that wraps up my presentation.
So, Steve, I have a couple questions that I'll throw out there, and you can think about them while you're handing these out. My first question is just a logistic question, and you may or may not know this off the top of your head, and that is how many in our current PLO area, how many properties are actually over and under the 10-acre?
4 under, 3 over.
3 are over 10, and 4 are under. So 4 would be able to have single use.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And then I'd like to hear you articulate your view on why this approach of using a mixed-use option, but maintaining and keeping our current base PLO is preferable, if you do think it's preferable, to just completely amending our PLO, getting rid of what we had, and changing the rules for the entire PLO.
Well, I think the ability to continue to build office or laboratory is something that we heard from here, the Planning Commission, and the residents. People were still comfortable with that. And wanting to promote mixed-use development while still allowing for whatever the market would best provide, and what makes good economic redevelopment take place in the PLO. So I think the ability to continue to have the current uses and even some of the current standards remain in place can make sense.
If if we just decided to redo the whole ordinance, but we maintained laboratory and office as a use, then the only difference would be the actual standards that are, if the standards were changed. It's not really just a use question.
Yeah, and I think with, we've introduced the notion of traffic neutrality, and in this ordinance, that's a pretty important aspect of it. It seems to make sense for a mixed-use development. It may not make sense, and again, this is a choice that an applicant would make. It may not be as easy to talk about and to implement when under the current standards of the PLO. And so having both enables that choice to be a pretty clear choice. And I think there was mention about, I don't have a preference. I haven't even looked at the other two proposals. Certainly if asked, I'd be glad to do that and have our folks do it. But I don't think that precludes the ability of this board to take what they think is the best of the three, the portions that they like best of all three of them, and blending them into a fourth option. But to be honest, I don't have a preference, and I have not looked at the others up till tonight.
Mr. Chairman, if I can make a suggestion, reading through all three proposals, I think each one has merit, but I'd like to recommend to the board that we take Commissioner Curley's version. I think incorporates a lot of this. If Penn Medicine's willing to agree to this, that we take Don's version and the board make a motion, send it to the Planning Commission for the summer months, and then come back in September with a recommendation from the Planning Commission on that ordinance.
A recommendation in comparing it to what they've already recommended?
To what Penn Medicine, if they're in agreement with what Don's version is, and they're okay with what Don has proposed, Penn Medicine is, and I see there's quite a few folks from Penn Medicine here this evening. If they're okay with that, then send it through the Planning Commission for their review of Don's version of this. Let the Planning Commission chime in on it, and then come back in September for the board to review it. That'd be my suggestion. I mean, we could, not that everybody doesn't want to sit here for another hour or so to go through this, but I think Don's version touches on everything, and if the board's in agreement and Penn Medicine's in agreement, I think we move the process to the Planning Commission to go through that, because I think it addresses a lot of the items, and it's not a wholesale major change to that, taking in consideration of the residents, especially in Rich's ward, that we've heard.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. So that we would send it to planning, you're suggesting sending it back to them for them to compare it to what they've already recommended. So because they've already recommended.
Right.
So and taking this new approach, which is a really different approach.
Correct.
And making some recommendations about
Correct.
what they feel.
And we can send it down to Delaware County at the same time, and then come back in September, and then could have a discussion at that time. And at the same time, you can send it over to Brandywine for their comments too at the same time during the process.
Well, I have a feeling that we're going to end up what you're saying, but I think it would be helpful to me at least to hear from people in support of Don's version or Penn Medicine's version to, kind of articulate why why they like their approach better.
Well, I'm happy to tell.
Before you do, let me ask him some question. Steve, to the extent that I could research this without having access to good planning information, can you tell me anywhere the traffic neutrality concept has actually worked?
Well,
or maybe Amy can.
I mean, as specific or exactly like this, no, I can't.
I mean, my concern is I've been on the board 6 years and sat out in the audience for many, many years before that. And no disrespect to traffic engineers, but I've kind of found that you can make the numbers work depending on who your client is. I've seen the same traffic engineer representing the community as well as representing the developer. And it just seems to me to be too soft a method that will just get us into future hassles, tie-ups, lawsuits, and that Don's proposal, which is really to accomplish that goal by uses, limiting the square foot and uses, I think is a much more defensible and workable position. Another problem I have, and this is in our current ordinance, I don't agree with the interpretation, but we use medical office to also include ambulatory care, surgery center, and all that. And to me, that is 100% wrong, especially based on the information that Amy's presented us about the traffic differences in those uses. So wherever we end up, I'd love to see a better definition which shreds out ambulatory care, surgery centers, and that kind of stuff, not having them under the medical office umbrella.
Yeah, we've, in terms of, I guess, applying the traffic neutrality concept, we've certainly been working with Solicitor Rice's office. In fact, the entire ordinance has been reviewed and revisions made, but we've come down to the language that we have based on input, from his office. The closest I can come to is the city of Alexandria. They have a transportation demand management program that requires that applicants show how they are going to build their development and not increase traffic. And in many cases, they're required to provide some sort of transportation alternative to the vehicle, to the car, such that a bus transit system would be operated by the development in order to get their occupants to work and maintain traffic at current levels or at comparable levels. So it's not the same kind of system, but a similar kind of approach. Traffic is not easy, but it was loud and clear the #1 issue that everyone talked about. And so we went as far as we could with trying to come up with something that keeps the traffic levels even. And then by that, it allows the flexibility of what gets developed in what way to the developer. And we don't get into dictating what that is other than in terms of the way it relates to other residential uses nearby and the amount of open space that we'd like to see. Other than that, it's flexibility within the confines of maintaining traffic.
Also, I don't know if you looked at it or saw, Lloyd came to us with some concerns. He has the Racket Club property. About the residential requirements, the way they were written. Did you have a chance to look at his concerns?
We've talked on a number of occasions, and
I think he was thinking that maybe sometime in the future his property might be a great place for 55 plus, but the buffers that were required might hurt him.
Well, no, that wouldn't. He would be PLO. He'd be adjoining PLO and PLO zoned properties, not residentially zoned properties nor residentially used properties. So those additional setbacks wouldn't apply to a project like that.
So even though they were residential in nature, they're still part of the PLO.
Yeah, the language is existing as of the effective date of the ordinance, and they're a PLO property, so it would not be required of them to develop that way. It would really be someone next to them, but it wouldn't apply in either way. So, yeah.
So thank you, Steve, for presenting this. Just from the beginning, I've had concerns that this was exceptionally complex and more complex than it needed to be. So, like, sort of our first rule is if we're going to make changes, we have to be very, very confident that we're not going to make the situation worse. And looking at the complex scenarios that we've had before, I was not confident that we were not going to make it worse. So I think we need to reduce the uncertainty. The version that I provided has certain benefit and certain changes, and we'd be able to, if we accept them, we can compare them very, very easily. In the other versions, it was difficult to compare because it was hard to grasp what the changes were and what the relative benefit would be. So this version the version that I'm supporting provides for mixed use, but the goal is not mixed use. The goal is traffic reduction, meaning what we heard from the beginning was this is a traffic intensive area and we have concerns about putting a traffic intensive use into it. So we're willing to allow less traffic intensive uses, but our goal is not the mixture of the uses, our goal is traffic. So in part, the idea of traffic neutrality is not a concept that I'm supporting. It would be traffic reduction that I'd like relative to the baseline. And then I also feel like I listened to all the different input that I received from the audience and from the board and included that. What we're looking to do is essentially provide alternatives, uses in PLO that have less intensity, and that will, by definition, reduce the traffic that would be on the surrounding area or in the surrounding area relative to the baseline. It's also important that we preserve the PLO. So I saw the previous versions as eliminating PLO, meaning you were not constrained to the requirements of PLO. It was essentially a whole new zoning district without PLO uses. In the scenario that I'm presenting, it's still predominantly PLO, and we just augment that with uses. So I also, Steve, I thought that the setbacks that you identified, I thought they were less than the baseline. So I don't know, one of us might be wrong on the facts, but I thought that some of those that you identified were relaxations of the current setbacks. And so I can envision some of that, but I can't envision it for residential. So we included that. I just thought the traffic neutrality concept was much too complex. I don't see how that would work. So the bottom line then, what I propose is we just have a two-sentence statement of the purpose, which is just to essentially reduce traffic by allowing uses. Then we take our current list of uses, which are scientific and office, and you have 51%. So the majority of the PLO has to be in those two uses. Then we have a list B, which I've identified 7. And the idea is they would be 7 uses that have a different traffic impact and a traffic impact that's beneficial to us, meaning the township, beneficial to the surrounding neighborhood. The property owner would then have the capability of augmenting office or augmenting laboratory with these 7 uses. And then we would have, if they choose to use those 7 uses, we would have a paragraph where there's 6 conditions that I identified. Minimum gross floor area, 30%. We set the height as the height increases. This was in Steve Gabriel's version also. As the height increases, the impervious cover goes down with the idea that we're getting more green space, so upwards of 10% more. And then we adjust the setbacks. The setbacks are adjusted largely in the manner that Steve Gabriel identified. What I heard property owners say is that they wanted the capability to spread the buildings out rather than our conventional zoning, which tends to put the building in the middle and surround it with a sea of asphalt. There's a couple of new items in it. One is there's an all-out cap at, what's the number in here? 25,500 square feet. This is intended to prevent the buildings from getting any bigger than they would at baseline. There's language for what I'm calling a financial subdivision, because it may be, if PLO is primarily for big plots, it may be beneficial to allow them to develop them big and then subdivide them afterwards. So I see some logic in the financial subdivision. And then in response to one of Rich's concerns and Phil's concern also, we have to decide if there's a 10-acre minimum, because we might not want bigger buildings on smaller properties, and the 10-acre minimum would protect against that. So my version, I think it accomplishes much of what the previous versions accomplished. It just does it in a manner that's much more simple, and it's going to be easier for us to tell if we think that's a good idea or a bad idea.
Is there any medicine that would like to comment on?
Offer some thoughts. So we've had lots of discussions. Dave Falcone with Saul Ewing here on behalf of the trustees of the University of Pennsylvania. We've had lots of discussions, both with the Planning Commission, with different members of staff, with commissioners, with property owners, and we believe that we could get behind Commissioner Curley's draft. We provided a couple of small changes that we think are important out of Steve Gabriel's draft. We thought they were both good. You know, our intent in our draft was really to create the gross floor area concept. That's where we thought was an appropriate place to limit and control density and traffic. One of the earliest meetings we had was with Commissioner Booker, and we understood very early on that using this ordinance to create additional density was not something that he would tolerate or that really neighbors would tolerate, because the reality is controlling traffic from that point is a very difficult thing to do, because then you are into an analysis over what uses generate what traffic, and there is a tendency for abuse there. We appreciate that. And we went back and we said, how do you control that? And we came up with the concept of lay a gross floor area concept. And then people can develop a site using these criteria, but in the end, they're never going to exceed a certain floor area. So you're capping density, and you're encouraging the mix and use to allow for the additional, we'll call them bonuses. So in the end, you're getting the same density that you would under a by right PLO development, but what you're getting are uses that'll generate less traffic. So you're actually going to get a real impact, as opposed to something somebody could come up and present to you and say, well, this use is going to generate much less traffic, so we can add some additional square footage. We thought there was danger there, and we believed in that. One of the things that's important to the trustees is the distinction in uses. And as we understand the current ordinance, the PLO allows for office use, which this township has interpreted to mean general medical office, but without the additional ancillary ambulatory care uses that would go along with medical office today. So under the current ordinance, we could come in the PLO and give you 475,000 square feet of medical office. We couldn't give you ambulatory care services without a variance. We thought, and we know that the numbers support, the ambulatory care services are where traffic benefits are obtained. That's where the traffic comes down, because the square footage is much larger under those services, and the turnover is much less. What we had proposed to Commissioner Curley was, in the definition of ambulatory care services, that it's tied to a specific standard rather than one that's undefined. We tied it to the Department of Health and how they define I-2 buildings, which are essentially hospitals. So where Commissioner Curley had in his number 6 outpatient or ambulatory care facilities, we added a parenthetical that would say including but not limited to all uses permitted by the Pennsylvania Department of Health and non-I-2 building, excluding general medical office, to draw the distinction between the two. So that was one change we had proposed. A second change that we had proposed to Commissioner Curley's draft was reducing the requirement that the A uses be 50%. It works for Penn, but we thought, to the extent there's going to be, you want to preserve, certainly on the site, a significant portion of the development under PLO, but if you can incorporate a larger percentage of the B uses, we thought that would ultimately move towards reducing traffic, especially for capping use. So we proposed a minimum percentage for the A uses at 30 and a maximum of 100, obviously, and then for the B uses it would be able to go from 0 to 70, while still preserving the A uses as a primary use. Another concept that we took from Mr. Gabriel's draft that we thought was relevant specifically to the Penn property, but made good sense in development, especially with the idea that you'll be allowing for additional green space, was where a property abutted a railway-owned property or a limited access highway, you could essentially move closer to that property line to allow for more green space in the middle. You wouldn't get additional coverage. You'd simply be able to utilize that end of the property to set your buildings back. So that was, I believe it was noted in your draft as well, Steve. We mirrored that language, which would be 25 feet on those specific lines where you're next to a railway or a limited access highway. Making sure there were some design changes. We mirrored, again, Mr. Gabriel's language, which on the building size and spacing, but it's something I'm sure we'll be able to discuss at the Planning Commission level when they bring it back up, because they had also supported that language. But it's a very small change. And I would say the most significant would be the acreage. We see in the PLO right now more properties that are less than 10 acres that are 10 acres. You'll be creating an ordinance where you're creating 4 properties that are non-conforming, while only 3 will be conforming. We think if you're going to modify the ordinance to go to the smallest size property, which in our estimation is 6.116 acres, and allow that to be the minimum acreage in the PLO. At that point, that property would still have to comply with all of your coverage and setback requirements and meet all of the other standards, but they would not be a non-conforming property after the passing of the ordinance. So we think Commissioner Curley's draft is very good and very close to what Penn could support. And I think our changes are reasonable, and obviously some are more important to us than others, but we believe they also mirror some of the discussions that we've had both with staff and with commissioners to this point.
Can I just give a little feedback on them? So the 3070, I'm kind of open to, I'm not married to a number of 51. I'm married to a concept of we got to preserve the PLO. So I'm not married to a number. So I have flexibility in that. The ambulatory care, that's perfectly fine. That's just a detail for the experts to figure out what's the best way to get the concept in there. The limited access highway, I'm not sure what that means, and I think you got some conflicts with some people who think they have limited access highways, so that one might require some expert involvement. And then the minimum size, I think that's a big policy question for us, because some of you have expressed concerns to me about allowing this on small properties, and so that's going to be a policy question for us as to whether we extend this to smaller properties.
Yeah, again, so I think Don echoes what I'm saying. I think we're very close from what we can support. I don't think there's many issues here that are fundamental disagreements between where we are and where Commissioner Curley's draft is. So to that extent, we are willing to support that and remove our ordinance from consideration.
There's nothing that I heard that is a fundamental alteration of the concept that I presented.
I would agree with that. 2 other minor points. The 25,000 square foot requirement should exclude the atrium spaces, I think, point that Elaine raised. And I don't think I would have any objection to having the railroad property being closer, reducing the setback to the railroad in not reducing any green space. So that's a net. I mean, that's something that the property owner would be able to do that would only be to their detriment, really, but would increase or maintain the amount of green space. So I don't think that, again, I think that's a minor point. I don't think there would be any disagreement with that.
So, okay, so the driving factor obviously is traffic. And no, just stay there, because I'm still commenting on your.
Sure.
And this version, it is simpler, and the traffic neutrality is hard to envision happening. But this version sort of envisions the B uses being a part of, having all of these different uses being a part of the traffic solution, because they would have less intensity at rush hour. And I get all that. What I don't get is that some of the B uses have worse traffic than the A use. So if you say you can now make 70% of your property these other things, and I'm specifically saying medical, where the numbers are so bad, I'm
But the
nervous.
B-use medical is only ambulatory care. So the office component, which
Well, that is something we have to kind of a threshold issue we have to solve.
Yeah.
Whether medical use is a current PLO sanctioned use. And I haven't really gotten a clear answer to that yet.
And also, I read Amy's email to us to indicate that the outpatient, and Amy, if I read it incorrectly, tell me, but that the outpatient and the ambulatory care would have a different distribution. It might produce more trips, but the distribution would be such that you would have less rush hour trips. So the logic of including that in the B list is that while at the end of the day it might have less trips, it's less trips during the peak of office, which is all of these things are all designed around peaks.
That would be true. The medical office, the way it's presently defined for the PLO, the peaking occurs during the peak hour of the roadway, and that's why you didn't have that peak hour of the generator versus the peak hour of the roadway. I think somebody asked me that question, why there were two values. Okay, why there were two values. But when you start to get into those more specific areas where it's talking about the surgical center and clinic, things like that, the peak hour is occurring outside of the roadway peak hour. So even though you have more trips in a 24-hour time period, less of those trips are occurring during the peak hour of the roadway.
And then Lane, lastly, I would say that if one of those uses is a traffic compounder instead of a traffic eliminator, then it's in there by accident and take it out. Like the intent was only to have uses on the B list that will reduce the traffic, not.
Okay, so that I think we need to get our head around.
Part of what, I mean, if we decide to proceed with this, one of the things that we have to do is have our experts look at the B list and tell us that they are traffic reducers, not traffic generators.
And also get a definitive answer of our township position about whether medical office is a PLO use on the, whether that's, because that's a pretty big threshold issue when we're figuring out if this works. When you said instead of saying surgical outpatient, you were going to use the standard for ambulatory, I heard you say a hospital, equivalent to a hospital use.
So the I-2 use is a hospital use, an overnight stay with beds. So that cannot happen on this property.
Okay.
So kind of we think everything else falls under this ambulatory care facility, which non-office, non-general medical office, and not a hospital. So it's your cancer treatment center, it's your outpatient surgery center, it's those infusion centers, those types of uses, which in reality are not just lower peak traffic, but lower overall traffic because the services take much longer and require much more space. So you have an outpatient surgery center, you're not in a medical office, you're in an operating room. And that is square footage utilized by one patient for a surgical procedure, and then there's a recovery area. So there's a lot that goes into having that service that's not turnover office use. That's why it's distinct from a general medical office, these types of medical services.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that it was not overnight,
So that's, we're carving that out. You can't be an I-2, but we're using that as a barometer because it sets a very clear and definable standard. So that if down the line somebody wanted to come in and argue that, well, maybe we could do this and it would fall under this definition, we're setting it to a national standard, which is set by the Pennsylvania Department of Health.
A use that is not in the version that you two are talking about, you've taken out the age-targeted housing. I would not take that out. I would support having that in there. If this is truly mixed use, if that's what we're going for here, mixed use, residential is a component of that. And if you age-target it, it eliminates some of the issues that come along with residential. The traffic numbers, if we're using the B uses to offset traffic, residential is the way to go. So I would strongly support putting residential back in there and limiting it to age-targeted to the extent that we can. As far as the acreage cutoff, I think we would really need to have our staff play out how that would look on our smaller properties. I'm not against it. I think if this works on a larger property, it'll work on a smaller property, but we need to see how it would play out so that it doesn't, we don't have these small properties dwarfed with 85-foot buildings that look out. That what? Right. So that's something I think we need to analyze. But I don't, there's no, philosophically, I don't think there's any reason to differentiate between a 7-acre property and a 10-acre property.
Yeah, but there is, though. That's, PLO only applies to 10-acre sites.
But 4 of them are under 10 acres. So, anyway.
Yeah, we can go into this, but all 7, I really am uncomfortable with this whole discussion, honestly. The PLO only affects one ward here. Second ward. All sites are here. So everyone's talking about what my constituent, the people in my neighborhoods are going to face. So really, this is something historically that has been left to the individual commissioner. When something affects only their ward, the only person that really directs what happens is that commissioner. This situation, again, I'm very uncomfortable with it. I think that as an accommodation, 10 acres is what we're using. I would make it even more. But in any event, it's not unreasonable, and there is a rational basis for it.
Can I augment with what I believe is the rational basis? So in support of, your argument has merit. Part of that is PLO, as I understand it, is intended to be big sites, which is why there was a 10-acre minimum. So this is a concept that lends itself to big sites. So that's why there is a policy consideration for us as to whether we're going to allow it to apply to small sites. And I think that's Rich's concern, is that he has trouble with it on baseline, and then he has special trouble with it if it's allowed to apply to small sites. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's accurate. I think that's an accurate description. But go ahead, Elaine. I didn't mean to interrupt.
My last comments were on the signage and the buffer and the detail that didn't make it into the version the last version. I would put that back in there. I think that if we're going to allow 85-foot buildings, we need to detail the extra protection that the neighbors are going and the community is going to get from that concession or that give. That we're getting traffic improvements, hopefully, from, but it is a significant departure from what we allow now that will significantly affect the neighboring environment, and I think we need to be specific about the protections to counteract that negative effect.
I agree with that, Elaine. Do you think that what has been proposed is detrimental and that we need that the provisions that were recommended by the Planning Commission are going to provide those protections, and if so, how?
Provide some protection, yes, with greater setbacks, with, yeah, I do. I think they.
But the signage.
The signage.
Is the signage excluded today under the current signage requirements? Or is this, in other words, what's been proposed would allow additional signs that would not be otherwise provided for?
It was my impression that they were more restrictive.
Yeah, so the version that I've presented relies upon our existing code of signs to regulate the signs. If we feel that we need more protections, then that's a policy consideration for us. But the version that I presented proceeded under the assumption that our current sign code would adequately protect the interests of the township.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to get to with the difference between what's currently in place and what the recommendations of the Planning Commission were, and trying to understand those protections that are added by the recommendations of the Planning Commission, if there are any, or do they allow more? I'm not clear. They're just separate recommendations.
And that's what, I don't know the answer to that as to what, I'm assuming from this context that the Planning Commission version was more, Steve Gabriel, the Planning Commission's version was more restrictive than our current version, or just different?
It was just different.
Yeah. So different, I'm uncomfortable with different. I can be comfortable with more restrictive, given the reasoning that we just established, but I'm uncomfortable with just different.
Just different, particularly in line with current. The one important difference was the addition of the corporate identification sign. That's not a sign that's called for under the current PLO regulations. That's a sign that recognizes the location of these properties as being fairly close to the blue route, an interstate highway, so that a corporate identification sign was added to the list of permitted signs. So that's the one difference. And then there was the discussion by the Planning Commission of whether they allow that to be lit or not, and they came down on not lighting it.
And so, Steve, that would be a relaxation, in your opinion, not a...
It sounds like a relaxation.
I mean, if you don't like signs on buildings or anywhere else, then yeah, I mean, that makes it a little bit more relaxed to allow for an additional type sign.
Right.
Yep. It's an additional sign. It's not just an additional type. I mean, because you're allowed all the other signs that the PLO currently allows under the current ordinance for signage, and then plus one corporate identification sign.
Right, so in that case, it sounds to me as if leaving what we have in place is actually more restrictive than utilizing the comments that were made. So
that's correct.
So I think that, and it has been raised in the past about the blue route and this very issue, and that the commentary that I've received is that it is not advisable or not a benefit to allow those types of advertising for the blue route specifically, which it sounds like that's what we're trying to do, although albeit not lighted.
That's right. And I think for the Planning Commission, it was, they didn't want lit signs facing the blue route. And so a corporate logo, which is what the corporate identification sign would be, was found to be acceptable. So that was the one addition they made.
Well, I am comfortable sending this to Planning Commission to get their opinion on it, but I would like to just implore our staff to come up with our township position on the medical office use, and whether that is permitted right now, by right, in PLO, and that's our starting block, or whether it would have to be a change to the ordinance, because that makes a huge difference in the way we analyze the A uses versus the B uses.
I can address it right now.
Okay, go ahead.
What's permitted in there is office building with no other description. Office building is one of the uses currently in the PLO.
But that begs the question, does that include a medical office
That
building?
would include any type of office.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's when you have just that generic description in a zoning ordinance, it gets read as broadly as it can be read. So it would be medical, it would be financial, it would be,
And
you have in the Garrett Hill zoning district a distinction between regular office and medical office, but nowhere else.
So, and that's my understanding. That's Kevin Kachansky's opinion as our zoning officer. Yeah. I put that express question.
Kevin
to
would
him.
agree. Yeah, he
and
would
so
agree with that.
The issue of how to interpret that is not really relevant. The issue is that that's part of the baseline, and so what we just want is alternatives to it. So I don't think we need to evaluate that question any further. I think we need to accept that as the baseline and then develop that B list that provides alternatives to the traffic-intensive uses, of which medical office would be one.
Well, yeah, I think you're right. If that is the answer, and if medical is allowed by right, then you're right. That will be the base. But it is confusing because when we last addressed this when we looked at the sketch plan, it was submitted as a variance. They were asking, in the documents it said that a variance would be requested, and our engineer's report said they would need a variance to put a medical office in.
So we would, for the ambulatory care services.
But it didn't say that. It said medical office.
Well, because there is no definition. So we had defined medical office in our draft. So under that draft, we included ambulatory care services and so forth in there. But to break it out just as the township does, we would need, and Kevin confirmed, that we would need a variance in order to do what we had proposed to do. And at the Planning Commission level, we went through floor plans with what we were showing on each floor and in different areas. So they understood very clearly what we were proposing on the site was not simply office use, that it was office combined with ambulatory care services. So that's what generated that comment, and why we didn't object to it, because we knew if it stayed just as it was, we would need variance relief for that.
Okay.
Thank you, Elaine. Rich, would you want to comment? Jim, Luke?
Mr. President, if I may, just one thing for the board to consider as this goes down through September is looking back, trying to find previously when Wythe was back in that property there. I think any of the initiatives that the board is taking or looking at is going to improve traffic in that area based on when the police department, when they had to hire police officers to handle the volume of heavy traffic in and out of that site in the morning and in the evening. These improvements are going to change that volume to help improve that. So that conversation about how this is going to improve these types of initiatives are going to help improve traffic. It's just, I think we've been lulled into a sense of, there's nothing there, so you have no volume of traffic. So it's great. So when you add 3 vehicles, there's an increase in traffic. And, previously in the discussion with Biomed and that, we saw pictures and that, but those were so far exaggerated beyond that, they were taken out of character. So I just think this is a good process. And I think you got everybody at the table working through this with the intention of reducing that volume of traffic and the impact into that area. So I think we're definitely heading on the right path now.
Thank you, Bob. I'll ask for public comment.
I'm Mark Kaplan, and I represent Brandywine Realty Trust. You all know the history, so I won't go back at all. Our concern was the overdevelopment of the site, the proposed overdevelopment of the site, and the ensuing traffic. We are extremely pleased with the Penn proposal. We're so pleased with it that we've reached an agreement with Penn that you've seen the plan, the Penn building, the garage in the back, and then the to be determined, but it's been 125,000 square foot office building and a hotel. Our agreement with Penn, and we do have a signed letter of intent, and we're working our way through the agreement, is to build the office building and the hotel. And I don't think that there is a better use, Bob, to reduce traffic than a hotel. And just overall, we did our own studies. We had our traffic engineers go out and measure the traffic on a full day at Penn's facility here to get the true picture of what Amy and what Commissioner Curley were talking about. There may be more trips in that medical facility on a 24-hour basis, but they are spread out over the day. And we did that. I mean, we sent the traffic engineers out. And then our traffic engineers had another analysis. I don't remember why they had it. I think they were representing another hospital, but there was a study done of Bryn Mawr Hospital. For some reason, it showed the same thing. So yes, there may be more overall trips, but they're spread out in a much, much better way. And we all know that you've got the 2 hours or hour and a half in the morning and the hour and a half at night, and the rest of the day is not a problem. So we welcome the medical facility. We welcome a medical facility of the quality that Penn is going to build here, sort of similar to what's downtown on 34th Street. It's state-of-the-art. We think that it will be a great addition to the community and to our very significant number of square feet. So I'm a cheerleader for what's being proposed and hope to be Brandywine. Well, we're as close as we can being to their partner. Now, we want to make sure that what is on the drawing that Dave has shown you, that we think is so handsome, can actually be built. We think under Commissioner Curley's ordinance, it can be built. It changes some things around. It makes it tougher from a impervious coverage ratio issue, but by giving the additional height and by giving the additional uses, we think it works. I think Dave and their engineers are even more comfortable than we are because they've laid it out. The ordinance that Commissioner Curley has proposed, we believe will allow Penn to do what it's proposing and Brandywine to do what it's proposing with regard to the other half of the I want to call it the Penn site. But let's look at the numbers for a minute. Rich, it's 18 acres. We need to have 2 owners here. You can't get 10 and 10 with 18 acres. And it is for that reason that I've suggested this concept of financial subdivision. It's used in a number of places. And very simply, what it says is the best example I can give is the office campus in Plymouth Meeting, the Plymouth Meeting Executive Center, multiple buildings, all one overall land development plan, just like the plan that Dave has shown where you've got, 5 buildings, 2 garages, and 3 buildings. So you get an overall approval of that. And then once that approval is obtained, so that we could own what we want to own and Penn will own what it wants to own, and so that the financial subdivision concept allows a line to be drawn anywhere to divide the 2 properties. And then, but the protection to the township is that there must be a comprehensive cross-easement agreement that controls everything so that the entire site is managed as one site. And you would, because stormwater is going to be in one place, access roads are going to be in another place, the grass has got to be cut, the parking lots have got to be, the snow's got to be removed. And I've given Commissioner Curley a document that we used for Brandywine in Plymouth Meeting, where same thing, multiple buildings on one site and can be separately financed.
Could you send that to me, Mark? I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
And Mark, you don't have to have fee title interest to have multiple developers. There's ground leases. There's other ways to do this.
Well, you can't, Rich, we can talk about it. You still have to have, under the code, you're going to want separate tax parcels at a minimum. And in order to get a separate tax parcel, you have to either have a subdivision or a condominium where you have separate units.
Yeah, I'd push back on that. I don't think we would necessarily need separate tax parcels. The one owner can apportion the taxes. It could all be worked out. Again, there's always more than one way to skin a cat.
I think there's 3 different ways to skin a cat here. We don't have to talk about it now. I think I can get you comfortable with that concept.
And can I just augment that the principal benefit, as I heard it explained to me, was the capability to keep sites big, because the alternative would then be conventional subdivision, and that's something, if PLO is better big because we get the benefit of, the orchestration of the stormwater, the parking, the access, things of that sort, then this is a mechanism to keep them big but allow a larger number of smaller users, correct?
Different owners.
Yeah.
That's all. The hotel should be owned by one person. The office building should be owned by somebody separate. They can be financed separately, but there is an overall control, and you can't modify once you've got the overall land development. I think as Commissioner Curley knows, I'm nervous about the structured parking, but based on the interpretation that's been given in the biomed context about the structured parking, I'm hopeful that we can live with that. One word of caution. We weren't here, but I watched every planning commission meeting and I watched every commissioners meeting as you were going through Steve Gabriel's ordinance. And I understand what they tried to do. I can just tell you, as I told Steve months ago, when Brandywine was just the owner of the major PLO property, the corporate center, we were not going to be able to use that PLO. It just wouldn't work for a whole variety of reasons. With good intent, too many people tried to put too many controls in too many places, and it wouldn't have worked. And there was probably half a dozen reasons. So I was pleased with Penn's ordinance. I'm pleased with what you're doing. Can we just get it done? Thank you.
Before you sit down, do you have plans for the office building that you would be buying? Do you know is that going to be general office or medical office?
No, our office, well, Penn generates uses near their facilities, so some of it may be medical related. It could be a dialysis company or something like that. But we're assuming it's going to be general office, and we'll adapt to what the market is. Is that an answer? Is that clear enough?
It's not really the answer I wanted.
What do you want?
I want general office, not medical.
Well, it will be a general office building. That doesn't mean that, well, we don't plan to have doctor's offices, but
her point is no patients in that other one, right? If it's a medical supply company that has an office, that's a general office.
It may be. I don't want to eliminate it, but we're in the general.
Anyway, like you said, that's further down the road. I don't think we're there yet, so.
Okay.
Mr. President, I also think it's great that Brandywine and Penn Medicine are going to clean up the interchange and landscape it and enhance it. We will have the best interchange in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
That's right. And we talked about the enhancement district,
nice. Too. Correct, Mr. Kaplan?
I just want to know what you give away already that I don't know about. Or is this just Bob? Is this just Bob being Bob? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment? And I just want to note, without any disrespect, say what you need to say. We're going to be bumping up against the time limit pretty soon, so if you get to something that hasn't been said or get to the point, that'd be appreciated very much. Thank you.
Lloyd Goodman, owner of Radnor Racket. I did have much more, but after what I'm hearing tonight, it's pretty well scrapped. The only thing I'm hoping, I'm still quite understanding, a mixed use, why one particular site like mine couldn't have a residential, age-restricted type entity that, like Mr. Gabriel was talking about. I did a little study based on Commissioner Curley's 60%. Well, we went 51% was his suggestion before, and I just chose 60% office, 40% hotel on my site, and doing peak hour traffic, just totaling AM and PM, came up with 460 trips. Then doing independent living or age restricted, it's been called several different things, and assisted living was 86 trips. So that's 460 versus 86. So I'm not sure why this big, like Commissioner Booker is so against, why this office thing. That's the big traffic generator. That's, everyone's gonna be jamming their offices on there because that's generally what makes the property the most valuable. It requires more parking, I just am not sure why you're like.
I guess we could say that nobody can have mixed use on any PLO sites. That would make it fair for everyone.
Well,
I mean,
is that
again,
really
there's,
helping?
I'm just saying that I think we've talked about it. I understand what you're saying, but again, I think we've made the point, and I feel very strongly about it.
And the meetings that I've observed, almost been to so many of them, I haven't really heard people having a problem with the mixed-use concepts. Like, the problem is the traffic. So by trying to incorporate what I'm trying to still allow, helps the traffic so much. How does that hurt this concept? I mean, what is this whole overriding thing of having to have offices on your site? I just don't get it. You know, I haven't heard you say that's the way you want it. Would you be willing to give me a little more technical opinion? Like, I mean, why is that? Just because it's been that way? Is that why?
No, I think we just disagree on this point.
Well, I hope it gets considered down the road. Thank you.
Please come to the Planning Commission meetings.
Oh, I will.
Great, thank you. Hello.
Hi, guys. Tony Gargano of St. David's. I have just three general questions, because I'm not truly completely adverse. But does anyone do a traffic study if there's a hotel, which is going to be near two high schools and Villanova University, and there's an event? What is the traffic on King of Prussia Road going to be like? Because we live here during the weekend. Okay, so it'd be nice to get from point A to point B on a day that you're off and not have traffic. And then I'll ask, what's the impact on our services, whether it's police or fire? Who's paying for that?
You make good points, because when we talk about these traffic reviews, we're talking about peak hours, and that's going to be during the week. It's not going to be during the weekend.
Yeah.
So that's a valid issue. And I think that the concept is during the weekend there's a lower number, so that increase of the event with all that.
There's a football game going on somewhere. What happens? Because a lot of people may want to stay at that hotel for the Nova game.
There's no question. There's a football game, and we have the new dorms and the Performing Arts Center. Much more development. That's why I've been at the forefront of maintaining and limiting the development, and I've been in opposition to overdeveloping that area. I think it's already overdeveloped, and your point is well taken, and it is a major concern, and it's one of my concerns. That's why I've put up such a struggle against this.
Okay. And so then the question is, that's one issue, and then is the services that the township would have to provide because of the added traffic. I mean, does that mean that we need an expansion of our police? Does that mean, how do we protect that building or that facility if something happens during the day, as far as fire? I don't know these answers because I'm not a planner.
Height is an issue. We don't have equipment to reach those heights. Again, there's a myriad of things that still need. This is still preliminary, so all of that will have to be fleshed out.
All right, and then just the one other goofy thing is I couldn't imagine I don't know what's on the other side of their tracks. So I don't know if I want to stare at that building if I was someone else, anything else. If it's like, there's the SEPTA right away, and then boom, there's a building.
Well, in this particular site, there's wooded area behind it, but that's another good point. So we'll have to look at that again, so thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment? Seeing none, why don't we form a motion?
Well, I don't think we need a motion. Can we just get a consensus? I think that we have that. There's no motion that's been on the agenda. So my view was we would not have a motion or a formal requirement here. It was discussion that was on the agenda, and I think that there is a consensus. My view is it's not necessary to have a motion on this.
I'd like to see it go to Planning Commission, so to the extent that that might need a motion.
I don't think that would need a motion, I think.
Make a motion so the Planning Commission understands that a majority of the board wants them to perform their function under the MPC
Right, so we'd like them to review the ordinance that's been proposed by Commissioner Curley and commented on by by Penn Medicine, and get their feedback.
Probably go to Delaware County.
All sounds reasonable to me, but I'm not, if Rich needs more time, then I'm not, I mean, if. so
Well, what
Rich,
I
you
would,
tell me
what I
you
would
want.
say is that we don't need to reference any comments. You know, the motion would be for review of the proposed amendments to the existing PLO, not ELO, the 70s, Electric Light Orchestra, ELO. But the PLO for their review, plain. So I think that's what the motion should be. There's no need to mention review.
Well, I'm going to keep my motion the way it was.
Second.
Right. Any other discussion on that?
Yeah, I mean, so prior to, Rich asked me today what's going to happen. And I said, Rich, as far as I know, this is just a discussion. And he said, is something going to be passed? And I said, not to my knowledge. So as painful as this is, I'm not going to take action unless Rich supports that action tonight. So, Rich, I need to hear your comfort. If you're not comfortable with this action, then, you know, we put this on the agenda at the next meeting for action. I have to say, I don't see a distinction between what you're asking for and what Elaine is asking for. But if you're not comfortable, then, like I told you earlier, I'm not going to press for action over your wish right now.
Well, if there's no distinction, then why does Elaine need to have it in there? Right? The point that this is, multiple people have commented on your proposal. We wouldn't reference every person who's commented on an amendment. It's not appropriate, and my question would be, why does Elaine, why do you think you need to have that as part of a motion that was not listed in the agenda and that was not part of the planned actions for this evening?
Because some of the comments that came are very instructive, and I'd like to hear their opinions of it.
Yeah, and I've been keeping
The comments are, it doesn't matter whether the comments are constructive or not. The resolution would be, or the motion would be, to send this version to the Planning Commission. So why do you want to reference commented on by Penn Medicine?
Well, I can tell you I have some reasons for it. That part of what we have to do is we have to constrain the discussion, but not over-constrain it. So meaning, I heard some things tonight that, to me, it's logical for the Planning Commission to address them. One example would be the 51-49 mix. If that was a number, that was a placeholder number. If that number, if 51 went down to 45, it wouldn't change the concept. So rather than Dave try to convince us tonight, my sense is that he takes that to Planning Commission and he tries to convince them of that number. And I'm assuming that's the idea that you had. So I had 2 or 3 others of those. One, we have to look at the list on the B list, and we have to have staff make sure that those are traffic reducers rather than traffic enhancers.
Again, all of that is not for the motion, that is for the Planning Commission.
But I think it would be advisable to tell them the 4 or 5 things that we want them to evaluate, and in part because we have constrained it. There was a previous version that was 12 pages, and we have constrained that to 1 page. And we don't want that. I don't want that to go back to 12 pages. I don't want this to just be open-ended at the Planning Commission. I want it to be very specific about this document and 4 or 5 items.
That document is what we're talking about. Penn Med is not part of our deliberative process.
Well, I'm not including Penn.
But no, it's in the. I do feel strongly about this. We do not reference a private entity. That document is the collective work of this board, wherever those comments were derived from. It is not a Penn Med. Penn Med had something that we have rejected. So, again, if there's no distinction, why would you include that? And again, to me, there is a distinction. You should not include a private entity's specific reference in our motion. It makes it look like Penn Med is directing us what to do.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I agree, but I'm going to, obviously, that was the word I gave, so I'm sticking with it. So my sense is we send it to them in this general form, and then you just make your, take those particular items to them and ask for changes at the Planning Commission.
Can I offer a comment to this? Because I agree with what Rich is saying, and I understand it. So we aren't asking for our comments to be heard here, but I also, you make a very good point, Don. If you send this back to them and just say, let us know your thoughts, you're going to get their document back.
Right, and that's what I think I think we want to avoid that. We want to take something that largely resembles this and focus their attention a bit. But if you're not comfortable,
I'm not comfortable. Those comments, if you want to focus it further, then let's put those comments into the document. It is not Penn's comments, it is our comments. We may accept concepts from third parties. That is not the third party's directive. It is our directive.
all right, so then let's just send it to them in this form, initiate the process, and if at a subsequent meeting we decide to change some of these details, then we can decide that as a group and send it to them.
Couldn't you just simply amend the motion to say, send it back to the Planning Commission with the board's comment that you focus on these specific areas and not mention Penn or any other person that's commented tonight?
That's what I want to do.
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
That's fine.
But that's not what the motion is on the floor.
That's fine. It's so amended. Let's go.
Okay.
Second the amendment.
So the areas that we want them to look at is, number one, the mix of A and B uses in section 28063. Number two is the definition of ambulatory care and outpatient surgical center. Number three is to verify that the 7B uses are beneficial to traffic.
The 10 acres versus 7.
Yeah, and then in section...
Also, height. I think that they should be, I wanted to hear, and nobody said this, but 85 feet, I think is too high.
Let's add that to the list then, okay? So next on the list would be including the financial subdivision language. Number 10 would be the evaluating the 10-acre minimum.
No, I disagree with those. Financial subdivision language is, again, that's a policy issue. That's not for the Planning Commission. I guess they could comment on it. My view of that is a procedural item, and I don't think that's for the Planning Commission right now. My view is that you do not need to have separate fee interest that is conveyed in order to effectuate this concept.
I'd like to hear the input of the Planning Commission on it.
So would I keep going?
Well, so Rich
is
comfortable?
one vote.
Yeah, but so it's I gave him my word before this tonight.
So you're
I'm
going
not back.
to
Yes.
vote against something that might be a good
yes,
idea.
because I gave him
That's
his
politics.
Okay, well, very well. I gave him my word on this tonight that tonight there wouldn't be action
There's
beyond.
more than what Mark Kaplan agreed. There's more than one way to do it.
I just think, Rich, it would be best to.
If you're going to make a comment, you have to come to the mic. But please keep it very brief. We're moving on.
You have to have a subdivision under the MPC, or you have to have a condominium. I will send you the material. I'll show it to you. I don't think you'll have a problem with it.
Well, if that is the case, then this is a legal issue. It is not a Planning Commission issue.
No, I'm sorry. It's got to be included in the ordinance. I'll show you the Plymouth ordinance. It's included in the Plymouth ordinance, and I'll show you how it's been effectuated. I don't think you'll have a problem with it. But it's got to be part of the ordinance if it's going to go to the Planning Commission.
And you
ultimately,
can reject it at the time. We can vote against it then. But to me, it is the logical for us to send it to them and let them evaluate it.
Fine. I think it's beyond their expertise, but
And
whatever.
then, the next item would be the issue of the 10-acre minimum. And then lastly would be to comment specifically on the appropriateness of the 85-foot height.
Well, no, the 10-acre minimum is in. There's no evaluation of that. And as a matter of fact, the Planning Commission has viewed, both Ratu and the Planning Commission have agreed with the 10-acre minimum.
I'm going to go ahead and clarify my motion that we ask the Planning Commission to consider the ordinance as presented in Don's version with the comments that came out tonight from the commissioners, from the participants in the audience, including all of the issues that came out tonight. And we're not going to go through this list, and we're not going to debate this all again. And they can take all of the comments that they have heard from us tonight, incorporate it into their discussion, and give us their recommendations. That's my motion.
So, Rich,
Again, this wouldn't.
I think we would have been better served by letting me identify seven particulars.
I think you're right. I think we are better served by identifying what, not just throwing it out to all comments. The only reason this came up is because we talked about third parties directing us what to do.
So I'm gonna vote against it, and then I'm gonna propose that we send it to Planning Commission, and I'll identify the 7 particulars that we discussed tonight that will be neutral to their origin. We're only discussing them because many of us think that there's merit to them. Okay.
All right.
Mr. President, if I may, the only comment I'll make is all the Planning Commission members watch this meeting, so they're all going to hear all your conversation and your discussion. So it's not that like they're going to blur this out. It is what it is. It's a public meeting. You've discussed this. You've had all the input. All the discussion is part of this. Is to say they're not going to see this or not going to send this to them. They're all going to see it. They're all going to watch it. They're all going to discuss this. So to me is the only thing is send it to them. They're going to go through it. You're going to hear the same conversations tonight at the Planning Commission. They're going to represent all of this. Don's going to send all his information across to it. They're an independent board that is to hear this, make their recommendations back to this board. All they are is making a recommendation. That's all they're doing. They have no authority here. Let them go through it. Let them work through the process here. That's all.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. All right, so where are we? You have that motion?
I have a motion on the floor.
Was it seconded?
Second.
So,
What's the motion?
yeah.
The motion was to send the ordinance that Don Curley put together to the Planning Commission and have them consider it and discuss it along with all the comments that were made tonight in this public meeting by all the parties and make a recommendation to us.
All right, and I still want to augment it with the 7 particulars that, so I'll make a motion. Rich, I'm going to ask you to support this, okay? Because this is, so I'm going to augment that with, we give them particular.
Making a separate motion?
I'm making an amendment to yours. I'm augmenting yours, okay? So we'll vote on this separately. So number 1 is the mixture of uses in List A and List B. Number 2 is the definition of ambulatory care. Number 3 is to evaluate the effectiveness of the List B uses to reduce traffic. Number 4 is to evaluate language regarding financial subdivision or some other mechanism to accomplish that end. I think the next one would be to evaluate the 85-foot height, and then lastly, to evaluate the 10-acre minimum. Well, it has residential use. I'm not, yeah, okay. And the last one would be age-targeted housing. It has age-targeted housing under independent living.
And my concept was 85% is too high. We would look at lower, not
Lower than 85.
lower than 85, not the Planning Commission to come up with whatever.
They'll get that, I think. So, yes, I do intend to include the age-restricted housing. I think it's already in there, but that's fine.
All right.
Second.
Second to that, thank you. All right, any more discussion? Public discussion? None. All those in favor of including that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's a 7-0. I'm sorry, oh, 6, I'm sorry, that's right. No, he's abstaining. All right, so now we, public discussion, I think. All those in favor? The original motion. As amended, say aye. Opposed? Passes 6-0. That's clean. Thank you. Well, if we do, then I'm going to ask for a motion to extend this.
Just go. Go, please, go. I've waited here for today.
Let's keep going. Yep, I'm
Yeah,
good.
let's keep going.
I'm good. All right, then we move on to item G. Don, that's yours too, right?
This is a motion regarding a memo of understanding, so I'm going to have to hear from staff, or I don't know if, Luke, you want to lead us on this one?
Yeah, staff's got probably more info than me, but what this is Radnor Crossing Apartments claim that they have a parking issue, which we'll get into. What this is it's their proposal to use the tennis courts as temporary parking for a year with a possible extra 2 months while they look into what they need to do to address their parking issues. So with that, I'll leave it to staff or the applicant.
Well, let me address it a little bit. Kevin was contacted by counsel for Radnor Crossing, who's here tonight. I think their engineer may be here too, and he can explain the plan to build new parking and to use the tennis courts temporarily. In order to do that, we received from Radnor Crossing an MOU. I reviewed it. I made some significant changes to it. So that's what's in front of you. It's a temporary situation while they do construction and expand the parking that they have on site. This council's in the front row. He can explain why it's necessary and what brought this about. Some of it had to do with people parking in places where they shouldn't be parking on the site. So,
welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Patterson. I'm with Claire Harrison Law Firm in Philadelphia. With me is Joe Hanna, who's our engineer, and Jessica Scully, who's with the owners group. So as we know, this is a multi-family residential dwelling. It's been here for a long time. Of course, as time has progressed, it has grown that people have more cars. So at the time it was permitted, these are probably about 1-to-1 ratio. More cars have come in with tenants, and the tenants run out of parking spaces, so some of them have parked in the drive aisle. Because of that, those parkers or tenants were ticketed. So we had to address the issue of running out of parking spaces. We're limited with the areas, so what we wanted to do first was address the acute issue of let's not have any more parking tickets. Let's try to find a temporary place to put the parking while we look for a permanent and final solution. One of the solutions is to create a smaller parking lot along Ivan Road, and we would like to have the time to pursue that. And in addition, the second option would be, while we're proposing a 12-month MOU for two things, to push parking into the tennis court, which already is impervious. And during that 12-month period, as Jessica would explain, we can have the turnover of tenants where we can work on work practice standards and operational issues that would result in saying if you have 2 cars, don't expect to come here, you're only going to have 1 parking space. So we think with the combination of temporary parking, hopefully a proposed solution, if we need it, for another permanent parking lot, and with the reduction in cars with tenants, we think that we'll be able to alleviate the concern. So did you want to add something?
If there's questions.
Okay. So the temporary parking in the tennis court, we have to not construct, but we have to grade an approach into the tennis court area, which is about 220 square feet. And to do that, we need a grading permit. And before we need a grading permit, we would have to have this MOU. We're prepared that once we have the grading permit, that we can start work and have it ready and completed within 30 days after that. So we're on a swift schedule here to address this issue.
I noticed paragraph 1, John, I just have 2 little comments. Paragraph 1 says, we shall approve. Is that our intention, is to take away our discretion of denying?
In accordance with, our customary practice and procedures, which means they're going to have to comply with whatever Roger would require. I think, Roger, you would be the one that would get the grading permit, review it and approve it, make sure it gets built per code. So, they're going to submit an application in accordance with what the
So
code.
as long as it's done in conformance with our policies and procedures, then it shifts back to us as a mandatory thing. All right. The other thing is, in your signature block, you've got your client's name as the name of the limited partnership. The word processing went haywire there, I think.
Yeah, I didn't work on the drafts. And we believe with the design, we're gonna fence and screen the one particular corner so that it would have no impact on the nearest neighbors, as far as headlights and noise and lighting. So.
And how many cars do you think this parking lot's going to hold, or the tennis court's going to hold?
20 spaces.
20?
Yes.
And is there any possibility of restriping or anything like that in the existing parking lot to remedy this problem instead of going this route?
I guess it's possible. It implicates other issues, whether restripings will trigger planning review or require zoning variances and further trigger perhaps stormwater review. So I'm not sure. We felt that maybe we could just constrict the uses here so that we reduce the amount of cars that are at the site so we don't run into that problem.
Okay. And how about using the Sinkler building in a shuttle? Is that looked into? I'm going to be upfront with you. They're neighbors right there, and now the cars are getting closer to their houses, right? And they're already problematic for them. So I'm trying to think of other ways to keep the cars away from the houses there. From my point of view, I'm 1 of 7. So.
Right. If you drive up the site, actually, there's probably maybe.
Can you identify yourself, please?
I'm sorry, Jessica Scully, Scully Company, Radnor Crossing. So if you actually go up to the site and you look where the cars are parked, there really, I think, is maybe one house that has a view of it when there's not leaves on the trees as much. The tennis court sits right up against the actual parking, so it's really the same exact area. And what we're looking to do here is to temporarily park so that we can go through a lease cycle. And part of what I just want to add to with the 1 year is we get so many leases up for renewal every month. So short of kicking people out that have lived there for a long time with cars, we have to wait till apartment's empty. When apartment's empty and we re-rent, we can have a more stringent parking guideline, which we're trying to do so that we can naturally eliminate as many of the overparking issues that we have by managing the parking.
I have a question for Bob or for Steve. Are some of these people parking in our Capelli Golf Range lot as well? Is that what's also occurring here?
I believe there are some at times that do park in there.
And do we give them a ticket for that, or?
I think they are prodded along not to do that. I believe the police will ticket as necessary. I know that during the wintertime, there have been some times in which they have tried to park in that particular lot, but I think any of the communications with the management there have taken care of those issues very quickly. So there have been no issues when it's been brought to their attention.
Are you finished, Luke, with your? I'm just wondering, where is your permanent parking going to go? Do you own more property that's undeveloped?
That's one of the things that we're starting to investigate, and there's question to whether we can do permanent. So we're right now, at the same time, we're not going to wait until we have our year up. We're getting really aggressive with how many cars we allow in, so that we can at the same time see what the impact is on our business, how much it's bringing occupancy down, and what the give and take there is for parking. I mean, it's already created a hardship, and we have lower occupancy, and we're suffering from it right now.
Okay, I see.
Question, why We do grading permits all the time. Why does this one require an MOU?
My understanding is because they're going to use an area that is not designated as parking, the tennis courts, which under zoning or maybe even Saldo, I'm not sure why Kevin started down this path, but normally they wouldn't be able to use that unless it's being done on a temporary basis. They couldn't just convert that to a parking lot on a permanent basis without going through some more detailed process.
Are they in the setbacks? Are you in the setbacks?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's some zoning issues there. I don't know exactly. I haven't seen a plan for this. There's been no plan filed yet, right? Has the zoning officer, Mr. Hanna, you're shaking your head no. So that zoning officer hasn't looked at anything yet. There's just been discussion as far as I'm aware.
Yes. Joe Hanna, Chambers Associates, I'm the civil engineer. We had preliminary meetings with staff to get clarification on how we would compute the impervious coverage for this lot, how we would go about getting a permit to do this temporary work. So we haven't submitted a formal application because it's a chicken and an egg. They don't want to accept the grading permit until the memo of understanding was resolved. So we're ready to submit the grading permit application, which is there's about a 11-foot wide strip of grass between the existing parking lot and tennis court, and we're going to put 20-foot wide stone area so that they can drive from the existing parking area onto the tennis court and park. So it's very minimal impact.
So minimal impact on new impervious, but I think, Luke, one of your concerns is that there's parking in the setback that abuts residents?
Yeah, I mean, the tennis court is not far away from the closest neighbor. I'm looking at it here, and it's very close.
What about the tennis, the people who like to play tennis, Commissioner Higgins likes to play a lot of tennis. Where are they going to play tennis?
At this point, the residents would be more comfortable having somewhere to park at night when they come home after hours, especially if they work late hours, than having to walk a long way to their apartment. We have a lot of complaints about it, and they are very much in support of not using the tennis courts. The tennis courts are barely used, almost never.
Questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
Do we need a motion on this? Where are we on this?
You would need a motion to approve it.
All right, I'm okay.
Well, let's get.
Yeah, there is, I mean, if you want to do the motion, that's fine, but there is public
Great.
comment.
Let's get the motion down, then second, and then we'll have the thing.
All
You
right,
want to move it, Don?
No, I don't want to move.
I'll move that we approve I don't have the resolution number, but it's Radnor Crossing. It's on page 280 of our, to authorize the signing of the memorandum of understanding on behalf of the township by the appropriate official, the township manager or somebody else.
Second, but I want to make sure you said you're going to do screening. I'd like that to be, that's in the MOU?
Well, the specifics of the construction's not in the MOU. That would be subject to Roger's review.
Well, that'll be in the application, right?
Yeah.
I want to make sure that happens because this is impacting the neighbors.
All righty.
We support that comment.
Okay, thank you. Public comment?
Thank you. I'm Paul Whistle. I live on St. David's Court. I'm one of the neighbors. Some of my neighbors are here tonight. Some couldn't make it. The neighbors have gotten together a few times to talk about this. We would like you not to authorize this tonight. We would like you not to authorize this. I've also gone downstream from the Radnor Crossing to talk to my neighbors at Meadowville Crossing, which is downstream from Radnor Crossing. And I've talked to them, and they wanted me to articulate to you they don't want you to authorize this either. And they sent me emails to that effect as well. We'll be getting some presentations I'd like to make now. Is there any way I can project these?
Yes. Just set it on the table.
Just put them on the table?
Yes. There we go. And just center it the way you like it. He'll zoom in on it.
That's cool. This is the configuration you'll see on it. Is that all right? Push it up a little bit. Push it up just a little bit. There you go. This is the configuration.
You have to talk to Mike.
All righty.
You can use a pointer. You can use that pointer that's there.
I feel like we've chastised you a little bit too much tonight.
Isn't there a pointer? There's no pointer?
The red pointer.
There you go.
There we go. Perfect. This is Radnor. This is the tennis court here, but this doesn't actually tell you much about the topography. And one of the big objections to the topography is really starts here. This is Radnor Cross's property. This is Giant. And this border here is R1 zoning. R1 is supposed to be a buffer between the business and the residential. And the tennis court is right in the buffer. So part of what our appeal is respect the R1, which is buffer. Buffer would be tennis courts. There's no lights. It's not used at night. There's no disturbance to us, of course. It's quiet. That's an R1. This is what it looks like by a picture. You can see the nice border of grass between the tennis court and here. So this is really what you're looking at here. In order to get on, you're going to have to take out some of this nice grass over here, some of the pervious area. Then I want to give you this, because the topography is really important to understand one of the big objections, particularly for a Meadowbrook Circle. If you look here, this is the high ground. This is where I live. Right up here at the other H is where the administration office and their pool is. The pool. Their pool is up here as well. Then if you look at the topography, it goes downhill. These dots here are the stream. There's a stream which is an intermittent full. It goes into the Ivan Creek watershed right here. And here is the Ivan Creek that comes here and comes right around this building here. So again, high ground, and then it's a sluice effect that goes right down by the tennis court here. T is for tennis. So understand the topography of it is a big part of the neighbor's objection to having anything done as a tennis court. Now, I've heard it said
Sir,
that,
is it because the visibility of it on the high ground, is that?
well, the visibility is part of it, but it's the water flow. The water flows from the upper part that collects a lot, particularly a lot of impervious area on Radnor Crossing, and I'll show you what happened on section 2 of here. But just to finish this up, the tennis court is actually used a lot. This is where the toddlers start their tricycles. I've been living there for 13 years. It's actually kind of neat as I come up my driveway and look down. There's the toddlers on tricycles. Some of the kids have dance lessons there. It's the only safe place they have because you have a grass border. I don't know where the kids are going to go on tricycles now. So I took this picture of a dad and 2 of their children playing over there on the tennis courts. It really is used quite a bit. It's the closest safe place they have. Now, there was something that happened interesting. By the way, when we met with Radnor Crossing, I gave Ms. Scully a copy of this, so this would not be news to them. Around April 25th, somebody from Meadowbrook Circle, which is downstream, came up our hill and talked to one of our neighbors and said, "You're flooding my backyard." The neighbor said, "It's not from me." April 23rd was a dry day. It had been dry for 2 days. It was clear as a bell, but a flood of water was coming down, flooding their backyard. They're familiar with this because a lot of their basements flood. They have sump pumps, and they have generators to keep it out. All of a sudden, a dry day, there's a flood going on. So the neighbor said, let's look to where it's coming from, because it's kind of coming from the tennis court. What they found was that they were cleaning the pool at St. David's Court, and they were releasing the pool full of water. By my estimate, I'm not an engineer, about...
Objection format?
No. Mr. Carrillo, could you ask him to step down, please?
No, it's just public comment.
Yeah, he's allowed to talk.
By my estimate, not an engineer, it's about 15% of the water volume of a big storm. So it's a big rush, but it was still a lot of water coming down. So here's what our
You
neighbor
you said
told-
something, it was 15% of the volume of a big storm.
Right.
What do you mean by a big storm?
Well, when you drop an inch of rain on an area 100 yards wide by 200 yards wide, you get about 250,000 gallons of water, which is much larger than the amount of water released at that point. So when I'm saying that all this water here in these pictures represent just the pool water coming down because it was a dry day, on a big storm, when you get 1 or 2 inches or 3 inches overnight, it's much more water, which gives you an idea of why the Meadowbrook Circle people don't want any more impervious area or more flood control.
Commissioner, if I may, is it possible that, based on the information that's being given by the gentleman tonight, can we hold this MOU in abeyance for 2 weeks and allow staff to review this further? And then also ask the applicant to submit a drawing, because right now I think we need to see a drawing of what you're looking to do before really the board can consider it further. Submit that, give the board 2 weeks to look at it, but then let staff review it, because I think based on the information here and some of the concerns I think that you've presented tonight, but also to Commissioner Clark, I think the 2 weeks would be fair to review.
Did I finish up? 'Cause
Sorry,
I'd like
what'd you
this
say?
to be- I'd like this to be part of the record. I'll only take a couple minutes.
It'll be part of the record.
Yeah, it's part of the
You know,
record.
whether,
I mean, it's all
Here's
going
the
on the
parking
video.
lot right here that you can see. It flooded this area here, which is a stream. It keeps flooding the area down to our neighbors. It overran the stream, and this is a dry day, just a swimming pool being released. It floods this area here as well.
But,
Floods-
excuse me, what does this have to do with the temporary parking
Because they are
application?
going to remove some of the grassy area to get cars from the asphalt where they park into the area of the tennis court.
That grassy area, that very narrow strip they're removing?
It's not so narrow.
what
It's
he's-
not so narrow, but it also blocks water from rushing down from the tennis court, which is asphalt, into the other area.
Right, there's going to be more impervious surface, is what he's saying, moving downhill as you follow the topography. Not to his house, he's uphill, but the neighbors on Meadowbrook and the McWilliamses
Right.
and those folks there.
The only question is whether that's de minimis by
Theory.
that.
Right there. So, still something. I
It
mean,
will increase, it will be detrimental. The question is, do you think it's de minimis or not?
And the people who live there feel it will be.
I mean, I think,
I wanted to give you an idea about R1 as well, and why, well, this is R1 at Giant. You know, the R1 borders Giant, the R1 borders Radnor Crossing, goes all the way down. Now, this is very pretty R1, that's Giant, and this is R1 as well, Giant. Now, this is the Radnor Crossing R1, same piece of land. For instance, this is a stump. When their tree fell on their tennis court, they just cut off the tree and left the dead stump there. And here's another example of R1 to Radnor Crossing's way of providing buffer. These are weeds that are now 3.5 feet tall. When the sumac come up, it's about 5 feet tall. My son and I usually chop it down. This is their land. This is their land. This is their view of R1 housing. Here's more things. This is R1. This is Radnor Crossing. This is what they view as suitable residential buffer. Now, this is what we think of as our good neighbor. The closest building to us is the building they allowed dogs. The dog owners are nice people. They come up, they walk up this path, they're respectful, they're pleasant. They're like neighbors. We talk to them, they clean up the mess when the dogs poop. And I think we're pretty good neighbors because we say, you know, come on up and go down. Some of the neighborhood kids, they go down the other way to get to Giant. So we try to be good neighbors to them. But as you can see, this is what we look at when we come up our driveway. Here's some communications you have that we've had.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Whistle, could you stop for a minute?
Yeah.
Hold your spot right there. You've got to extend the meeting. It's now 11:01.
Correct.
And Mr. Whistle, I think it's, the time period you have is 5 minutes. You're almost up.
Okay. Then I
So
have one
you made your point. This is all going to be part of the record.
more-
But
He's-
you heard what the manager recommended, that the staff We probably need the township engineer to go out and walk the
Can I have
site.
15 seconds?
You got 15, go.
This is their website from today. Radnor Crossing has covered parking available. This is their website today, covered parking available. Why are they asking you if they advertise covered parking available? I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
attention.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Whistle.
thank you.
You do have to extend the
All right,
meeting, though.
Okay. I'll accept the motion to extend the meeting 20 minutes.
I motion that we extend the meeting 20 minutes.
Yep, seconded.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So can I make a suggestion then?
You opposed? Thank you.
That we,
6 to 1.
So-
6 to 2. 5 to 2. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, and it's my understanding that they are supportive of what you said, so, the neighbors there. Yeah.
Luke, I think we want to see if we can get staff involved on this and bring it back to us. Can we do that?
Well, and that's fine. I mean, I'd kind of look to my neighbors to see what they're thinking. I mean, they have been involved. This isn't being, I'm not looking at anybody, blaming anybody. This has been, we've been going back and forth with this, with the staff and everything for a little while now. But, you know.
I thought you
No,
were
hold
done.
Hey, if he wants to speak, let him speak.
Oh, okay.
He's one of our residents. Come on.
A concern is the kind of interactions we've had. I'm a property owner, too.
All right, gentlemen.
Luke, this has nothing to do. The two issues are separate. This should be
Back in March.
handled elsewhere.
All right.
Back in
So-
March, they sent their residents a note saying, we're going to have the tennis court available. We found that out by sort of a neighbor telling us this is what's going to happen.
Right.
So if it's been since March, their engineers haven't given them anything, is there really a permanent solution? I don't know.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No.
So, all right, let's gauge, all right, should we,
Excuse me.
let's gauge, yeah, let's gauge the feeling of the board. What do we want to do?
yes, I think, and y'all got to get along. Like, you got to find a way to talk to Luke. Very good, but 11:04 is not the time, as I see it, for us to have a discussion like this. So,
Well,
Bob's.
Don, the resident has made a number of charges, and I don't think it's fair to the property owner to hide behind the fact that it's late at night. They ought to be allowed to have maybe 30 seconds to say something
Okay,
in
I'm
response.
not, it wasn't my intention to take issue at that point, Jim. That sounds very reasonable to me, what you just said. But my point is that this is a public forum. It's great that we come here and express ourselves, but we got to work out some of the details beforehand. So you know, I think Bob's advice is good advice. I say we take it, but I'm just asking you all to figure out a way to find a solution, involve your commissioner that you can all agree on, and then present us with a solution, not ask us to be King Solomon and split the baby.
Absolutely. If we understood that the commissioner was having conversations, we would have asked to participate in them. In fact, when we had the meeting with Kevin, Kevin suggested, hey, let the neighbors know what's going on. We invited the neighbors over. By the end of the meeting, almost all of the neighbors said, wow, temporary parking, your residents are getting tickets on your property? That stinks. That's no big deal. We've talked to neighbors as well that have not come here because they haven't had a problem. A couple other things. Covered parking available is something referring to carports, so it just means that you have non-surface parking. Those are rented at $75 a month. There's a waiting list to get onto them right now because people are so desperate for additional parking. So the advertising of covered parking has nothing to do with the issue here. The swimming pool has been emptied every single year the same way for the last, I don't know how many years. Until this parking issue came up, we've never heard a word about it. We've had neighbors tell us they appreciate us taking down trees that are on maybe their property, but close enough that we take the expense of. And we had even offered, when there was a question about the path, if they wanted us to close the path, that was pointed out in that picture, we would be happy to do that, but nobody wanted to stop coming through our property, our private property, to cut to Giant. So I want to make clear some of the points that were up there that really aren't representative to us taking a small portion to let some of our residents who come home late at night, we have single women who aren't comfortable living there because they don't have anywhere to park, and we just want to help alleviate the situation. thank you for your time.
Hold on, before you leave, I have a question. My first issue was, you have a recreational component there, an amenity, and now you're going to park on it. I asked how many people are using it. You said hardly ever. Now your neighbor said, no, the people are using it. He has a picture. So how do you respond? That's not something you address, so how do you respond to that?
Well, when we started to get a lot of complaints from the residents because of the ticketing that had started, we talked about we're looking for options. We're trying to see if maybe we can allow temporary parking at the tennis court. We didn't have residents that objected. Because somebody waits to take a picture when somebody's on the tennis court doesn't mean that. And to be honest with you, it's our amenity that we provide to the residents. We have a fitness center, we have a pool. It's detrimental to us as a business to offer less amenities, but it's so important to us to have parking that we're willing to give up the tennis court for a 12 to 14-month period, which is all we've asked for, so that we can alleviate some parking. It's not about taking an amenity away. That's something that
I understand it's not about taking a minute. I'm asking about what's the use, and is it detrimental to those people who live there? And is it really, I'm trying to get a balance on, is there really that much of a need? And also, we have a big issue with parking all over this township. And why is that? Because we have more people and more cars. Traffic is a big issue. And I'm very concerned about all these parking issues that we have. And I don't think the best way to have the best living conditions in Radnor is to pave the whole thing so everyone can park.
We're not asking to pave anything. We're asking to park on a tennis court that's already paved and put some stone down to drive over to it.
But if it's something else already in a residential area, it's the same as paving it over for parking. But the point is, the concept is the same. You're taking and making more parking in Radnor. And I'm not sure that that's what we want.
Well, it's, again, a temporary fix so we can...
All right. So we're tabling this, right? Can we gotta...
Yeah, I think the suggestion from the staff is table it.
All right.
Let the staff, township engineer, we need a plan so we have some more details. I mean, all of this, if we were aware of this, this would have never been on your agenda.
So we can submit the plan for review without submitting the grading permit first. We're going to do it out of order.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
do that.
Let's just make sure that that's...
Right. So that would be this, and then we'll come back in 2 weeks.
Need a motion to table, correct?
I move that we table the MOU.
Second.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? No? Public discussion? All those in favor, call the vote. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, passes 7-0. Thank you. Item H, Don, that's still yours.
This is a appeal of a sign decision, so we'll need staff to tell us the background on this.
Can I have a clarification? How long is this meeting extended for?
10 more minutes.
10 more minutes. This won't take 10 more minutes. Council's here for Five Below. What you have in your book is essentially what the DRB approved. It's in your book. Under your DRB regulations, if someone disagrees with that, even though it's been approved, they have the right to come and the board can modify, affirm the DRB's recommendation. My understanding
John,
is...
To save some time, I mean, we've seen their pictures in the packet. Do our ordinances restrict the height of the lettering? Yes or no?
The zoning ordinance.
Right. In the packet, it says there is no regulation of the height. It's based on the total area.
The size of the size of the sign, not the letters.
Then how does the DRB put a requirement on somebody to limit the height of the lettering?
John, they do that with every applicant that comes in.
I know. And if it seems to me that either we change our ordinances or we talk to DRB.
I would agree with the latter. And from staff's perspective, we support the appeal of Five Below on this.
And just to give a little more, my understanding is the difference, and Deb Shulsky, who's here representing the applicant, it's a difference between 22 inches and 27 inches,
That's correct.
the letters. And that's the only issue that Five Below has. So the board still would have to take some action to modify the recommendation under your DRB regulations, if you want to modify it. So that's.
And
that's
if we
what-
don't modify it, then they just have to live with the constraints assigned by the DRB, correct?
Well, they would have judicial remedies
Or
if they
filing
wanted
it.
to.
Yes, yeah, very much so.
Beyond this.
And that constraint would be consistent with all the other approvals that we've made.
I know you modified, was it PetSmart?
Pet Supplies Plus. We made a change on that, and it was minimal, the same thing here, too. So the same thing that the board did change.
I would let the applicant speak. Maybe there's.
Can you show it? I think it'd
Middle
be
ground.
helpful for the public if you show what you have there.
Certainly, sure. First of all, my name's Debbie Shulsky here on behalf of Five Below. Also with me is Glenn Fink and Elizabeth Meehan from Five Below. And for sake of brevities, because I know it's late and there's a few other matters you have, Five Below is proposing to lease the city sports space, which is currently vacant, and the only issue currently before you is with respect to the wall sign. The other sign there was no issue with, and it's just that one condition with respect to the height of the lettering. As your solicitor indicated, it is fully compliant with all applicable zoning requirements, including the sign area and dimensional requirements. We do believe that the sign that's proposed is consistent with what's currently in the center and the surrounding area. There are some existing signage, which Five Below spent quite a bit of time going through and actually calculating the exact lettering height. Some of those signs are anywhere from 22 inches, 24, 26 inches in height, whereas we're proposing 27. But it's important to keep in mind our space is more than double, and in some respects triple the size of those other tenant spaces. Five Below is the anchor tenant, and their facade area is about 60 feet, whereas the other ones are mostly half that size. One of them's a little larger, but for the better part, Five Below is proposing to lease a much greater area, and they really feel that signage is important for them. There's also some, I submitted a bunch of pictures with your package, which hopefully you had a chance to review, but I submitted some pictures showing that there are some existing constraints there with the vegetation along the streetscape. There's a proximity from the roadway to the store itself, which is about 360 feet. So as you're probably very well aware, retailers find signage very important. I have a number of clients that won't even enter into a lease until they know that their signage is going to be complied with. And we feel that what we're proposing is very reasonable and again, compliant with your ordinances.
Why did the Design Review Board want to limit the height of the letters then?
I mean, you would have to ask them. My understanding was that they just thought generically that the other ones were 22 inches, and they thought that everybody should be that way. But that's not the case, and there's other signage in the immediate area as well, Wawa, and some other stores are much closer to the, much closer to the front, whereas this is in a shopping center, sitting back, and as I mentioned, there are some streetscape visibility issues. So I don't know if, Glenn, you want to, this is Glenn Fink with Five Below, and he actually...
Glenn Fink with Five Below, and if you wouldn't mind, I could take you 2 minutes just to run through this, just to give you a better feel for the site and get an understanding as to why we feel that we need a slightly larger sign than what the board had recommended for us.
But the sign is the same size, it's the lettering that's different,
It's
correct?
27 inches,
Right.
yes. And as Debbie said, and I'll walk you through this very briefly if you don't mind. I know we're trying to get through here. So just this image here, and as Debbie said, she had indicated, she had provided some photographs of the site, but we have 6 of them here, which we have numbered on the aerial photograph, and they correspond to the photograph. So this first image here, which is number 1, which is in the upper left corner, that is the one spot where you can actually see the facade, but the distance from the driveway, this is actually the driveway that enters the center, is approximately 360 feet from our facade. And with a sign that is 22 inches, you couldn't really read it from that distance. So as you travel further along, the second image, which is second from the the left, is probably about another 50 feet down the road. And what you can see is our facade is no longer visible because of the vegetation. And then as you go along, photo number 3, number 4, and even number 5, there's still no visibility of our facade. It's not until you get to the sixth photo, which is down here on the bottom, that you actually see our building. And it makes it very difficult because as you're driving, you'll see photo number 6 is almost a 90-degree angle from our facade, which makes it very difficult to see and is really unsafe for someone to have to turn 90 degrees and take their eyes off the road. So
If that's the case, though, why is the couple of inches on your letters going to make a difference?
Well, that may be the case, but everything matters when it comes to signage, and we would really like to have, as much as possible, we'll make it much better to see. The smaller it is, the more difficult it would be.
But you can make it 4 feet high. It's behind the vegetation. It's not going to be seen. You just showed it to me.
It gives you a better opportunity as you see that.
And another point of clarification, Five Below actually wanted much greater signage, but they directed their vendor to come in compliance with the zoning ordinance, recognizing that obviously signage is sensitive to most municipalities, and they felt that they were in compliance with the zoning ordinance. And when we went to the design review committee, we were directed to go there because the ordinance requires them to review sign permits for compliance with the ordinance. So again, we thought it was going to be more of a perfunctory review just to make sure that what we were proposing was compliant.
And if I may just expand real quick on the other tenants that are in the center, as Debbie had mentioned, is the dimensions of their signs and how we stack up against them. So we did have our sign vendor go out and actually take these measurements, and we took photos to verify that. So we're not just telling you that these signs are. So this is the City Sports on the left, our proposal, and then right next to us is the Scottrade, and we had those letters measured. The S, the T, and the D are all 24 inches. Now, it should be noted that the Scottrade, our facade is 60 feet wide. Their building is only 21 feet wide. They're 6,500 square feet less than us. So we're truly an anchor tenant here and should be afforded a larger sign than a tenant that is much smaller. So as I said, they're 24 inches.
Or we could make Scottrade put in a smaller sign, right? I mean, it gets to be, whatever Scottrade, it doesn't have any bearing on you.
No, but we're
unless you're saying, okay, Board of Commissioners, now we're going to go after Scottrade, which we can do. You don't want that to happen, do
You
you?
want to be bound by your zoning ordinance, basically. That's
All right, we have another minute before we come up against our deadline here.
Okay.
Can you reiterate, what does staff recommend on this?
We recommend the approval of the appeal by Five Below for the
Based on-
signage,
based
based on their recommendation and based on the
And
compliance.
it complies with
their
the
code.
zoning ordinance. You have no letter restriction, so you're
All right.
looking at 22 to 27 inches.
Can we get a consensus of the board here?
Did the sign itself, the total square inches, is within our zoning ordinance?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's just the sign, the letters, which is not
That's
really
correct. It's not restricted.
spoken to in the ordinance. Okay.
So you need a motion from somebody on the
I'll
board.
move that we approve the appeal.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
You know, my view is, we ask these people to review these things, we ought to take the recommendation. I just kind of, people volunteer, they do this stuff, what the heck? It's not going to make any difference. You just said the sign can't be seen anyway. People know where Five Below is because people, they know how, people know where it is, and you're only going to see it when you go in the shopping center anyway. So
you're suggesting we don't have to comply with our codes, Rich?
no, I'm suggesting that the Design Review Board reviews and recommends to us what they think.
Right.
And so if planning reviews something and doesn't agree with the MPC,
We're at the 20 mark, I'm going to call the question in a minute. Is there any public comment on this?
I move that we extend for another 15 minutes.
All right,
Please?
we have a motion to extend for 15 minutes.
Yeah, second.
To that?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Voted for it.
Well,
Voted for it?
well, I would say that, Rich, if the Design Review Board recommended...
We don't need to comment on it. That's just my piece.
Yeah, let's call the vote. No public comment, right?
Right, no, there was none.
Okay.
All right,
All right.
all All those in favor of Don's motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, passes 6-1.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you
Good
for
luck.
your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I know. Thank you very much. Yeah, good. Now, at this point, there's no way we're going to get through the next three pieces, plus get public comment in here.
Well, we got 15 minutes. These are stormwater waivers. They should be pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah, they should
All
be
right.
pretty quick. Let's
Then let's do it.
Mr. President, on item
them up and
I,
knock 'em out.
223 Radnor Chester Road,
Yeah.
staff recommends the approval of this waiver. I know they've tried many different ways to try to make this work. It's an improvement to a property. I want to thank them for their willingness to take this property on and make improvements here. I know there's a challenge here with the stormwater, and they should be, in my opinion, commended for what they're doing. Secondly, commended for sitting for almost 5 hours through this. But I appreciate you being here. But I think you're looking at taking a property and really making it an asset to the township. And I know you've tried to do whatever adjustments you can, try to do whatever you can. And I think that's to be commended. And I know you've worked with Commissioner Clark on this, and I know he's tried to work through this and with staff. So I'll thank Commissioner Clark, too, for all your efforts on this, too.
well, thank you. And this property needs to be rehabbed. So we appreciate what they're doing.
This is the classic won't perk
Yes.
that
Yeah.
we've been through.
Yes.
Been through a bunch of
10
them.
or 12 times, probably.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yep.
All right, well, do we need more
So-
discussion, or are we ready?
I mean, I'll move to approve the waiver from the applicable stormwater requirements for 223 Radnor Chester Road.
Second.
Any thought of 2 or 3 more hours to discuss it?
No, we've all read it.
Breakfast, anyone?
We've all read it. We've all read it. Is there any public discussion for the board? No. No? Any public discussion?
No. Any public comment?
Thank
Nope.
you. All right, then let's call the question.
All right.
All those in favor of the motion? Is that done? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Very good.
Thank you.
7-0.
We ought to find a way of getting issues like this put at the top of our agenda.
You know what we ought to do is we ought to amend the stormwater code because we waive it all the time. Why do we have it?
All right, you're eating our hours here. Thanks.
That's a good question.
All right. Who's got Public Works? That's you, Jim, isn't it, right?
This is item J. This is 663 Conestoga Road.
This is also in Ward 3.
And there's been a grading permit filed, and you're looking for a waiver from sections 245-22, and you have a problem there. There's a limiting zone of 20 inches under the existing grade, which prevents you from infiltration. According to your documents, you're going to provide a rain garden, constructing a rain garden as an alternative.
Yes, we're proposing a rain garden right off the new deck here, and it's actually designed to incorporate more than. It's supposed to incorporate more than the infiltration requirement. Like it was supposed to infiltrate 55 cubic yards or cubic feet, and this is actually designed to hold 70 cubic feet of water. And it's only 6 inches deep. It's very minimal to this landscape, and it'll be aesthetically integrated with the design of the house.
So this is another of that classic site won't perk.
Yeah,
it won't perk.
Unlike the previous applicant, you have a little ground to work with to build a rain garden. They didn't.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we do.
All right, I'm going to move that we approve the waiver request.
Second.
Bob, what is staff recommending on this?
Recommend approval on this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other board discussion?
Nope.
Any public discussion?
Nope.
All right, we'll call the question. All those in favor of Luke's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great, passes 7-0.
All right.
Thank you.
Item K is the Banbury Francis Windsor Avenues project. And this is Resolution 2016-71. We have been given a memorandum from Steve Norsini, who cited a memorandum from Dan Weibel, our outside consultant, CH2M, And this is a project that we approved in concept, the engineering we approved in concept, and the construction for that matter, some months ago. And the recommendation from Steve and Mr. Weibel is that we should go with a company called T&M Associates. They're from Plymouth Meeting, and their bid was $95,236 to do the design of a stormwater system, control system at that intersection.
And that went through our RFP selection group, and the selection group came up with, as the top choice, T&M Associates. The Stormwater Management Advisory Committee concurred. So you have a copy of my memo, Dan's memo, the actual proposal from T&M and the RFP, but the group has all recommended to the board that this be awarded to T&M Associates.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that the Stormwater Management Advisory Committee was part of this, and they got behind the whole process. They helped you narrow down the bidders to 3, and then from those 3, you selected T&M Associates.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So I'm going to move that we approve Resolution 2016-71 to authorize the expenditure of $95,236 for the award of a stormwater management engineering design project to T&M Associates.
Second.
So where's this money? Is it in the budget?
This is in the stormwater.
It's coming all out of stormwater.
Correct.
And how does this 95,000 comport with the original estimate again?
I'd have to look at that, Commissioner. I'm going to say that it's probably right in line. If you look at the chart, so Dan Weibel and I came down with the short list, which then went to the group, which then went to SWIMAC. If you look at the pricing, T&M Associates, we looked at value for this. This is a professional service, so you don't have to go strictly by prices. So we went with value, and we felt that T&M provided the value. The services the township's requiring at a very reasonable price, the $95,000. So it's all within budget because we don't have the construction. Part of their work is going to give us a construction budget, but we're where we're supposed to be with T&M.
And this is an important project. This is an area that's flooded for 25 years.
And this is actually will be the first flood mitigation project that has been born out of the stormwater fee. So it is it's a bellwether project, no pun intended.
Making progress. This is beautiful.
Very good.
I've made that. That's my motion.
Yeah, it's been seconded.
Seconded. Any other board comment?
Nope.
Any public comment? Call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. 7-0 passes.
That's Public Works.
That's Public Works. Thank you. Parks and Recreation?
The only report is the meeting was canceled last week because of graduations and all kinds of this time of the year events.
Thank you.
New date will be announced. Upcoming is the Great American Campout. Don's going to be the board representative there, so.
Perfect. Thank you, Don. Public Safety?
You're welcome.
Yes, there's one item. I'm going to ask Superintendent Colarulo to elaborate on it, but we will be holding, our police force will be holding an active shooter seminar next week, Wednesday, June 29th, and perhaps you could give us a little detail about it.
In addition to what Ms. Pilling was talking about, June 20th obviously is the public safety meeting we're having that's going to be facilitated by the League of Women Voters, and that's going to talk about how to call 911, issues that are going on in the township, town watch, things like that. In light of what happened, the tragedy that happened in Orlando, Florida, under the direction of the township manager, on June 29th, we're going to have an active shooter seminar here, and we're going to explain what motivates these people, the type of training our officers go through, how we enter buildings. There were some questions about the Orlando Police Department. Did they enter? Did they wait? What was their method? We're going to do this. We're not going to compromise any type of tactical information, but we're going to explain to the residents how we handle an active shooter situation. Also, it's not always an active shooter. As we know, the biggest mass killing in the United States history was done with no gun used, and that was 9/11. Also, we're going to tell people how they should respond when an active shooter or a mass murder situation occurs. If you're in a movie theater, a church, a restaurant, or whatever, what you should do to keep yourself safe. So that's going to be June 29th right here, and that's going to be at 6:30 p.m.
Is it? Thank you. Library.
It's a meeting this Thursday. No other comment.
Thank you. Public Health.
No report. They're off for the summer now.
Okay, thank you. That brings us, any old business? None. Any new business? Is there any public participation? We have 3 minutes left. Yep, can you do it?
Rick can have the extra two. He can have an extra two. Can you show us the modified reconstruction of the Willows that you did? Did you just send that drawing to us?
I have several. You should see the updated one. But this isn't about that. This is about the last care group meeting. There was a resident made mention of the most recent memo from the Delaware Riverkeeper Network to the DEP having to do with the headwaters and the sources of Valley Run. This probably requires, I think in good conscience, requires a certain amount of clarification. This is the text of an email that was sent to staff and to the DEP. In response to the recent letter from the DRN regarding the source of Valley Run north of the Alwyn Triangle, I have a few observations. What is referred to as Outlet A, if you've seen the report, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, take a look. This object is a concrete box 4 to 5 feet deep, large enough for a man to climb into and crouch down. It is located in the vegetated area between Main Lot and the P&W tracks, more or less on the property boundary on a line, blah, blah, blah. This box sits atop an underground 18 to 24-inch pipe, thick-walled, perhaps made of iron. This pipe is oriented northwest to southeast, i.e. it runs from Main Lot running under the P&W embankment towards the triangle. It's not down the ditch between Main Lot and the embankment, which is probably what you're seeing in your mind's eye right now. The roof of this pipe has been cut away, allowing access to the interior. Probing with a long stick in either direction encounters no obstruction. Depth of water in the pipe is about 1 foot. This appears to be unvarying day to day, week to week, over several visits. Inflow can be seen with the naked eye from both upstream within the pipe and trickling from a corrugated drain set above the pipe in the northwest-facing wall of the box. Connection between the flow in this pipe and Valley Run on the triangle side of the embankment has been demonstrated by a fluoroluminescent dye test. So, while the culvert located on the south side of the tracks, out of which Valley Run officially comes to daylight, enjoys the protection of a 50-foot riparian buffer, no such protection appears to exist for the upstream extension of this same water found at the bottom of this box-shaped well. This is likely because, and this is the key part, this structure is absent from the original site survey and has been omitted from every iteration of the CICD plan since. Accordingly, I strongly recommend the Township seek guidance from DEP on this matter. I attach for your convenience contact information. I respectfully request an updated survey of the Main Lot site be ordered to remedy these and any other omissions, and a corrected set of plans for the dorm project be executed and delivered without delay. I bring this follow-on email to your attention for 2 reasons tonight. The first is the staff broadly implied at the last car group meeting that any action it might undertake regarding this entire question would be solely at the direction of the board. That even though this looks like a simple enough matter of enforcement, the staff feels it needs an explicit mandate from the board to proceed. Second is that when DEP does come knocking with questions regarding this matter, it would be better, I think, if the township were not blindsided. To repeat, this is a structure and a water feature, both of which lie more or less exactly on the boundary of the CICD. The underground conduit itself, through which the beginnings of Valley Run are flowing, lies well within this boundary, yet none of these features is shown on the initial site survey, nor appears on any plan set produced to date. Township staff's work, the advisory board's deliberation, and the BOC's decision-making depends on correct data and honest representation from every applicant that appears before them. There can be no exceptions to this requirement. Thanks.
So why is this even coming to us? Why do we feel that this is not something that we can address, that we need the board to provide direction on? Is there something I'm missing here? Asking our Radnor Township staff. Rick, well, how about this? Rick Leonardi just said, staff wants direction from the board. Do you agree that that is accurate?
Yes, that is accurate, because I don't, here's the thing. What was brought up and what was raised, the issues, is I don't think falls within the purview of the staff to, I'm not sure what the question has been raised by the staff. There's a question that was raised from the public. So to me is, I don't see how I have the authority to go and expend township dollars on something that I don't know what I'm going for. As been the past history here, we've had people make a lot of claims or statements about things which I can't chase things on. Anything that happens with Villanova has been approved through this, so I'm not sure why staff is. I know why this is being proposed, why the staff is to avoid the board. So I don't think I have to tie those questions very clearly. So,
all right.
The issue is
maybe
the board should make that determination.
So maybe I need Rick to come back. So what's the backstory here? Can I get? I mean, what's everyone getting at here? So first of all, Bob, I think I disagree with you, because Villanova should have an actual as-built set of plans they're working from. If it's not on the as-built, then it should be. It's not a board issue. Well, now, it sounds like there's something else going on here. So, Rick, is there something else that's going on here?
No, what was going on here was a mild winter. The gully area between the parking lot and the P&W tracks, which is usually choked with plowed-off snow, wasn't this year, and was actually a fairly easy walk this spring to go up and examine. And I went up there and found, much to my astonishment, not just signs of water as everyone's long suspected. Water was the water that comes to daylight on the south side of the P&W embankment can't possibly be the first signs of Valley Run. Valley Run must extend further upstream, further north, underneath Main Lot. Some indication of that has always been, a goal of mine to find. I was astonished not just to find signs of actual running water, but a structure, a man-made structure that doesn't show up on the plans.
But is this no harm, no foul, or is it?
I think at a minimum, the township should have an actual accurate set of drawings on which to make its determinations. I mean, you voted for the CICD, but you voted for the CICD absent a very critical piece of information. Valley
And if we get that, again, so Rick, I hear you. All right.
Okay.
So what is the real issue here? So you think that this structure is causing additional flooding?
No.
No?
No. I think
Commissioner, he believes, I'm going to speak for Mr. Leonardi just to cut. I believe Mr. Leonardi believes this is the headwaters of the creek. What I can tell you is I know that there is an inlet on 30 that is piped entirely through that parking lot, and that pipe will be rerouted during construction. I don't know if this is the same exact one, but.
In fact, it's not. That's further to the west, and there is, in fact, a stormwater inlet about 100 feet further down the ditch between Main Lot and the P&W embankment, closer to Ithan Avenue. There is that structure as well. That's a stormwater issue. This is base water, clearly base water. And as I say, I've actually demonstrated that there is a connection between that flow in the bottom of this well on the north side of the tracks on Villanova land within the CICD and Valley Run on the triangle side.
Rick, do you know if this is a spring water by any chance? Because as you're aware, there are other springs within the township. We have a multiple that pump water throughout here.
Sure.
So could it be a spring?
I'm thinking it's probably the ultimate headwaters of Valley Run that goes.
Is it or isn't it? Do you think it is?
I think it is.
It has to be a spring.
Based on.
I mean, all streams originate in springs.
Here's what I'm looking for, is I'm looking for direction of the board, because to me, to go ahead and expend dollars or based on anything It's the direction of the board on
Yeah.
this project.
So-
So to
Well,
me,
why
is
can't
to go any
Villanova-
other direction. It's unfortunate that the issue, Rick, you stand up here now, but you didn't say this at the CARE meeting. You didn't bring it up, so I don't know why you end up standing up here now when you at the CARE meeting, you could have brought it up. But you didn't make it, that's right. That's right. But you didn't bring it up and say, why is the staff not bringing it? Why did not the staff have the authority to do that? Because more than likely, I'm sure there's another side to this, so.
With respect, I did send this email to staff. You did have an option to do something with it. At the CARE group
Rick,
meeting,
it comes
I
back to the
heard
board.
Excuse me, may I ask a quick
staff
question here? Rick,
representative
what is it
wanted
that you
direct-
want the staff to do?
At minimum, I think the staff should direct Villanova to generate an accurate set of plans.
Okay, now,
That doesn't cost any money, Bob.
It's my understanding that when there is a construction project, construction routinely finds infrastructure that was not part of the initial design.
That happens often.
And that as the designers, they take that into consideration when that's part of the design and the construction and the oversight is considering that. So is this any different, in your opinion, than that scenario which happens in construction routinely?
What I can say is, so I can't answer specific to that, but all these plans are signed and sealed by a Pennsylvania land surveyor who's licensed
Yeah.
and a civil engineer who's licensed. So I have to believe on their license, they have reflected everything they know is there. Now, I'm not disputing what
Very
Mr.
good.
Leonardi is saying. It could go to what you have said. This is something that was not visible.
So
or found.
this information if this information would get to that person, and that person would then make a determination as to whether it affected their design of where the pipes go and whether the configuration would be different. And if it was, then they would come to you and they would say, Steve, here's a new piece of infrastructure. We didn't know this. Based upon this, we think this. And you would have the same if you saw something that was problematic, you would involve yourself.
That is correct.
All right, so, but I'm not hearing any of that in this scenario. And to me, it seems Bob's response was appropriate, that it's not appropriate for the staff to involve themselves unless they have a particular task that needs to come from that involvement.
Yeah, Don, I'm hearing exactly what you're not hearing. This is a new piece of infrastructure. The engineers haven't seen it. They don't know about it. They haven't designed the Villanova project to take it into consideration. This is why I asked, is it no harm, no foul? My question was, if they had known about it, would it not have changed anything, and then it wouldn't matter?
They were included. I mean, when I got this information, Villanova was included on it, and I saw Villanova's response. So I'm taking that to assume that they passed that to their engineer, and if their engineer determined that this information affected the design, they would have reached out to our staff. I'm also assuming that if our staff saw an issue with this that needed their involvement, they would reach out to us.
All right.
So this is
Okay, all right, so-
routine in engineering, and I think we're making it not routine.
I would say it's routine that it occurs, but it affects the engineering differently depending on the circumstance. The only issue then is the as-built set, and is it worth anything to the township? So I don't know if Don's accurate, but Don seems to have other information that Villanova thinks, oh, it doesn't matter. It's not on our plan, but it doesn't matter. My question now is, shouldn't we have an as-built plan that shows it?
But it would get on the as-built, because
Right.
the as-built comes afterward.
Could I make a suggestion? If the board directs the manager to direct me, I will just follow up with Villanova and we'll try to put it to bed one way or the other, or move forward.
To me, Don, it should be on a plan, and they should show it on the drawings.
That is the existing features, and Commissioner Curley's right. In the end, when the whole project's done and we get the as-built, we would make sure that. But,
We ought to do it now, because in the end, no one will check that it ever showed up, and it probably
I
will
mean,
be
but
missed.
Why don't you do that route and let me follow up with Villanova, and I can reply back to the board.
So is there unanimous consent that Steve should follow up with Villanova on the issue?
I think so.
All right. I don't
Sure.
see any harm with it.
Yep.
Steve, you don't
Yep.
see any harm. Bob, you don't see any harm with it at all. And if there's an issue, you'll bring it back to us.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Can I add just one small thing? Real fast. I don't think what Rick is talking about, what I'm talking about is, I guess our point is, what if there's a headwaters under there, and if there's some requirement, it will have to be met, correct? That they will have to guard the headwaters because it goes all the way to the Delaware River, right?
I couldn't answer that, and I don't know that, I did not see an answer from DEP. Cosmo was sent that letter. I have not seen anything from them in that regard.
Yeah, let me just address that one briefly, because what I saw was some suggestion in an email that those headwaters, if they are headwaters, ought to be opened up and daylighted so that you have an open stream. If that's there, and it's part of an approved plan, Villanova's vested their rights. This township is not going to force them to open up that stream.
Well, but they would have to protect it though, right? So that you're not polluting downstream from you,
They will have to do something, but that's not what I heard was being suggested.
Well, one of the suggestions was this would be a good environmental,
But
PR.
But
thing,
it's
otherwise they should have to make sure they don't pollute downriver, correct?
always, but it's going to be their option. If it's something that was on their land that wasn't picked up because it was buried, they have an approved land development plan. They have a vested right to build that. So unless someone provides me with some law that says otherwise, I guess if this was something that came to the township way back when zoning ordinances and conditional uses were being debated, it would have been brought up at that time, would have been dealt with at that time. You can't bring up things after plans are approved and expect.
Maybe no one knew it was there.
Environmental Protection Agency can. That's what they do.
But I'm just saying, if something.
Yeah, but they won't, Rich. I mean,
as they dig down, that they didn't know was there, they would have to address it, correct? Even though, I mean, if they start digging a basement and ran into headwaters where water comes up.
If it's, right.
They have to address that.
If there's water that addresses their project, they're going to have to deal with it. But that's not what I heard was being suggested.
Well, no, there were several things. And one of them was daylighting, which would be environmentally lovely. But if not, that water needs, if it impedes the building, because there's water all under, of course, the middle school is underneath water too, but I mean, where they should have to protect the water as it goes downstream by, the Clean Water Act and all those other happy things that federal government flows on us all. That's all that was the point. Was it should be, if they knew about it, they should show it.
Steve, you have your authorization, right?
Yes, you've authorized the manager to authorize me, and I will move forward on.
Thank you for all for your comments. Thanks for your patience, and I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Thank you.